Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. I wrote to members on the 31st of October 2024 to bring to their attention from the Secretary of State of the democratic consent process under the Windsor framework. I explained that the First and Deputy First Minister acting jointly may table a motion for consent resolution during November, but if they did not do so, any member may do so during the period 1st to 6th of December 24 inclusive. I can confirm that the First and Deputy First Minister did not table such a motion, and that following this, on the 1st of December, notice of a motion for a consent resolution was subsequently tabled by a number of private members. It will now be for the Business Committee to determine the arrangements for a debate on that motion. Last Tuesday, the Business Committee agreed provisionally that time be set aside on Tuesday, the 10th of November or December, should the motion be tabled. The Business Committee will confirm arrangements at its meeting tomorrow afternoon. I had previously explained that if a member of the Assembly was to table such notice, the Secretary of State must take reasonable steps to provide members with such explanatory materials as is reasonable to provide in order to assist them in deciding a question. I can confirm that the Secretary of State wrote to me this morning and provided me with these materials. The Secretary of State has asked that the materials supplied could be distributed to the members of the Assembly as I see fit. I have therefore forwarded a copy of these materials to all members. First item in the order paper is members' statements, and I call Cathy Mason.
I stand today so deeply concerned about the future of Ward 15 in Downpatrick. This facility is not just a ward, it is a lifeline for so many patients, locally and right across the north. It offers a sanctuary of hope and support for those who are battling addictions and mental health challenges, and it must be protected at all costs. It is so disheartening to learn that these essential services seem to be under threat. Despite assurances from the Trust back in July, little progress seems to have been made in recruiting a long-term consultant psychiatrist. This lack of action is putting people's lives and livelihoods in jeopardy. Let us be clear, this is unacceptable. We are in the midst of a mental health crisis across the island. Countless of families are grappling with the devastating impacts of addictions and other mental health issues. The demand for support has never been greater, yet the South Eastern Trust seems to be taking a step back at a time when we should be stepping it up. I am particularly alarmed by the decision to close Ward 15 for 2 weeks over the Christmas period, an unprecedented step. Christmas, a time that is already challenging for those battling addiction, should be a period when vulnerable individuals and their families can rely on the services that they need the most. What is most concerning is the apparent lack of communication around this issue. The staff, the constituents, elected reps in the area, and the long-standing partner charity, Friends of Ward 15, all have to hear of this closure through the grapevine. We of course accept that the Trust have had staffing issues over the last 6 months, but a decision to close the ward over the holiday period seems dangerous. Are the Trust prioritising clinical cover in mental health inpatient treatment units, home treatment teams, or other mental health teams? It really worries me to have to ask the question, is this the beginning of the end for Ward 15? Ward 15 is more than a service. It is a safe haven. It is a shelter for those who need care, dignity and understanding. To allow its services to dwindle or its doors to close, even temporarily, would be callous and an inconceived move. It is crucial that the South Eastern Trust and the Department of Health do all that they can to retain the services at Ward 15 and to ensure that these vital services continue to be provided in Downpatrick. They must do all they can to ensure that Ward 15 remains operational and that these vital services are secured for Downpatrick and the communities right across South Down and indeed across the north. The recruitment of a replacement consultant must become a top priority, not tomorrow, but today.
Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to raise awareness of Kevin Sinfield, the rugby player who was famously a friend of Rob Burrow, who died of MND and has since campaigned very well to raise money for the cause. And tomorrow sees his campaign this year, his 7/7/2024, come to Belfast as he continues his inspiring efforts to raise funds and awareness to tackle the disease, honouring his late friend and teammate. The event this year, named Running Home for Christmas, will cover 7 days with over 50 kilometres per day, stopping in key cities across the UK and Ireland. And as I said, stopping here tomorrow, starting at Keensfans Stadium, Mr. Speaker, which is just about into your constituency. But he will almost immediately pass into East Belfast, where I hope to be there with others to welcome him. Leaving the home of Ulster Rugby at 7 a.m, it will pass through notable locations, including here at Stormont, Titanic Belfast and Shore Road, before finishing at Windsor Park near the George Best statue. Along the way, he will also visit St Paul's GAA, where he will honour former Gaelic footballer Anto Finnegan, who also succumbed to MND. There is also a special extra mile event which will be held at the Mary Peters track, where members of the community can join with Kevin. Proceedings from the challenge will benefit 6 motor neurons disease charities, and having raised nearly 10 million in previous challenges, Sinfield's efforts continue to be a beacon of hope and solidarity to the MND community. And we wish him well and encourage others to support them along the way and to help raise funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on a serious matter of road safety, one which I don't think has received the reporting that it deserves. Several years ago, the partner of a constituent of mine was killed while cycling, and the driver of the vehicle shouldn't even have been on the road. They had had a serious medical condition, and that had impacted their ability to drive, and this had not been reported to the DVA-NI. We know that it's an offence in Northern Ireland not to report any condition or treatment which impacts on a person's ability to drive, and it's also an offence to drive after making a false declaration. However, there does seem to be a loophole here where someone who is deemed medically unfit, it's left to their discretion to advise DVA-NI of their condition. And it seems that medical practitioners are not under any obligation to report this to the DVA-NI unless they believe that the driver will not report that incident. So this awful tragedy that happened to my constituents several years ago, which they are still living through the pain and the trauma now, is further compounded by the fact that the person who killed their loved one shouldn't even have been on the road. And we need to do something about this, because you can't just leave it. It's human nature to do whatever is easiest. If you shouldn't be on the road, then we need to make sure that that is as enforced as possible. So I'm making representation to the Infrastructure Minister to investigate the detail and to find alternatives to the current inadequate system. I'm meeting with stakeholders, people from the BMA, any stakeholders who are impacted by this. And I would just urge everyone in the House that what happened to this constituent was devastating. It shouldn't have happened. They're living with the consequences, and their greatest hope is that this doesn't impact another family again, and how we can improve this, how we can make sure that if someone is deemed medically unfit to drive, then that is passed on to the DVA-NI immediately, so that no other family has to go through this. Thank you.
Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker, over the last few days there's been a belated light being shone on the actual genocide, war crimes, an awakening by some of the real and growing horror that is occurring across the Middle East. However, Mr. Speaker, the genocide, famine and war crimes being perpetrated in the Sudan has been going on since April last year, with the Sudanese army faction being supported by Iran, Hezbollah, Russia on one side, with the RSF being supported by the UAE, again, amongst others. All sides have been documented conducting murder, rape, use of child soldiers, and deliberately using starvation as a weapon. The lack of condemnation by political parties of these actions on this island has been in marked contrast to the near continuous commentary on the actions of Israel post the horrific events of the 7th of October 23. Mr. Speaker, this weekend also saw the return of attacks by more of Iran's proxies, the Houthis, on shipping in the Red Sea. These attacks are a direct assault on international trade, on our economy, on our jobs, on our energy prices here. Again, the non-condemnation of Iran and its proxies by many political parties in Ireland is most marked. The fact that the United States Navy, along with our own Royal Navy and the French, are keeping the sea lanes open should be a point of support for all political parties across this island, but again, it isn't. If it doesn't involve Israel, these acts of terrorism are completely ignored. The Syrian civil war has also reignited. The march of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham sweeping away Assad's Syrian army as it heads towards Damascus, as Assad, Iran, Hezbollah, or what's left of it, and Russia tried to stem the uprising, gathers again no commentary. Mr. Speaker, all violence, wherever it is wrong. But what is especially galling to those of us who desire peace across the Middle East and Europe is the hypocrisy of those political parties that willfully ignore the most significant wars, where actual rather than perceived genocide occurs, where the use of actual rather than perceived famine as a weapon of war, and the real rather than perceived or propagandist ethnic cleansing is happening. It only seems to matter to them if it's Israel. The activities of Iran, its proxies and Russia are ignored. This smacks of political parties being biased towards the acts of the Ayatollah and Putin. Their missions and concentrations in Israel show a blatant and demonstrable anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, many across the Atlantic and Brussels realise that Ireland has become a cesspit of anti-Semitism. It is time that all parties recommit to the principles of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. And just lest we forget, this Assembly agreed to those on the 21st of April 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I rise today to draw attention to the continued infrastructure needs within my constituency of East Derry. Firstly, on Friday, a number of my constituents who live with special needs, physical disabilities and those who are older were notified that there have been cuts to the Disability Action Transport Team, meaning that today, on Monday morning, they cannot get to their day centres. And I think of one case in particular I was notified of this morning, where a man who is 55 with special needs will not be able to get to his day centre today as a result. I think this is absolutely shocking, disgraceful, and the fact that this was relayed to them so suddenly is totally unfair. I'd like to thank North Coast Transport, Community Transport, who do a remarkable job in ensuring that those across East Derry who are vulnerable have connection and have a life. And any cut to these vital community transport services, I believe firmly, are an absolute disgrace. Moving on now to a really important key issue with infrastructure within my community and my constituency is the need for a Ballykelly bypass. I would like to urge the Minister for Infrastructure to urgently commit to this chamber to bringing forward movement on this vital project. It has been the better part of actually 20 years since plans for the Ballykelly bypass were first proposed, yet to this day this vital project is still stuck in limbo despite the clear and pressing need to address traffic congestion. And I have real concern here with emergency services and the ability for ambulances to get access, particularly when there is a restructuring potentially of services with the Causeway Hospital, and there will be that additional need to get to Altnagelvin. The continued absence of this work creates significant impact on local residents, commuters and the broader regional economy, and I think particularly of the public safety issue with the roads, and I think this morning of Joyce Taggart, who tragically lost her life earlier this year, and of my own friend Melanie, who was in an accident just a few weeks ago. This is a really congested road. I really can't reiterate that enough, and I feel like my constituents in the Ballykelly area are rightfully annoyed. They feel heavily congested in this area, particularly when there's roadworks. They really have voiced that they feel stuck in their homes. And recently a bike lane was added to this area, but yet they feel that that overlooks the dire urgent need for a bypass. Every single day, I take this road almost every single day. This road and its need for upgrading creates delays for thousands of people, thousands of commuters between Derry and Coleraine, disrupts critical connections for business, and it is frankly unacceptable that constituents in that area have had to wait so long for this vital project. It's estimated to cost anywhere between 35 to 40 million, and I would ask urgently that the Infrastructure Minister recognise this as a matter of fairness and forward-thinking infrastructure planning and urgently commit to this House for a Ballykelly bypass. Thank you.
Ashley Riley.
As we are aware, a general election took place last week in the south of Ireland. I would like to take this opportunity to thank those who stood in the elections for Sinn Féin in this chamber as elected representatives. We are well aware of the challenges in running an election campaign, the canvassing, the interviews, the campaigning night and day. I would also like to thank the activists who campaigned right across the country for our candidates. Sinn Féin is the only political party to give every citizen of this island a chance for united representation. I myself spent time in Cabra, canvassing and speaking to constituents about our vision, our mission and about our work in delivering a new Ireland. I would like to thank those who voted for Sinn Féin. Key areas of the election were health, housing and the cost of living. And the election put our trust in Sinn Féin to tackle these issues. The same issues that my colleagues have faced and worked here, and who have made progress on them. Although the new government is not being formed yet, I look forward to engaging with it on cross-border initiatives, as well as my newly elected Sinn Féin colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last week we joined in celebrating Ulster Scots Lead Week, where right across Northern Ireland communities joined in a wide variety of activities promoting the Ulster Scots language, coordinated by our Ulster Scots agency. And there were many events organised by community groups and councils across Northern Ireland. The last census figures told us that over 190,000 people in the province now have some ability in the Ulster Scots language, which is an increase of 8.1% from the 2011 figures. But Ulster Scots is far more than just a language. It's our bands, it's our heritage, it's our identity and it's our people. And as a proud Ulster Scot who lives in Mourne, an Ulster Scots heartland, the Ulster Scots language is integral to who I am, how I interact with others in my family and my community, and with all of you. I was delighted to see the activities and celebration of Ulster Scots language and culture last week, promoting it and recognising its contribution to the rich and diverse cultural landscape of our wee country. And in South Down, a range of events took place to make the week from the Mountains and Toonlands Mourne exhibition in Newcastle Library to an Ulster Scots language street signage workshop, along with poetry, arts and craft for the Wains in Reivers House, Kilkeel. And at my home in Kilkeel, we are really privileged to have a strong Ulster Scots organisation, the Schomburg Society, at the heart of our local Ulster Scots community. In Reivers House and their newly opened Heartland Hub, they provide a base for many Ulster Scots groups and activities locally. And last week was a really busy one, as Ulster Scots Lead Week was enjoyed by them all. There was great crack for all ages, from the Highland Heathers, the Kirknara School of Dance, our schools and our bands. On Saturday past, Lead Week finished with the first ever Belfast Tartan Day, which also coincided with St Andrew's Day, when hundreds of pipers, drummers, drum majors and Highland dancers paraded through to Belfast City Hall, headed by our Communities Minister, Gordon Lyons MLA. Lead Week was a great success, but it was just one highlight of our community, which thrives all year round. And our local Ulster Scots radio station, Fuse FM Mourne, runs from next week, the 9th of December, for 2 weeks. And you can listen in on the Fuse FM Mourne app, online, or 106.2 FM in our Mourne area, as I, as always, will be there as a presenter, a proud Mourne Ulster Scots, looking forward to inviting you all to tune in, as I say, for Faya to everyone.
I call Gildernew.
Ceann Comhairle, this morning I would like to draw attention to some of the issues and difficulties that credit unions across the north are facing, and I have to say I'm very honoured within the past week to have attended a meeting with Dungannon Credit Union and also with the AGM for the Moya and Ahalú, and to declare the interest as being a founder member of Ahalú Credit Union. Credit unions occupy and play a very central role here in many of our communities. However, it's largely staffed and ran by volunteers in many cases. They are regulated by the exact same framework that regulates the huge corporate banks who are essentially profit-making. The credit union ethos is not for profit, but for service for local areas. They're under that same regulatory system. However, they also have significant constraints around how they are taxed and around the investments that they can make. So I know that there was a recent event, or a number of months ago, there was an event here in the Long Gallery. Many MLAs attended that. Those credit unions right across the north are now engaging with political leaders in their own areas, and I would just encourage everyone here to speak to their local credit union, see what the services are they're offering and what assistance they can provide in terms of the issues that are restricting them at the minute from providing that service. And I think it's very important as we move towards Christmas time that people out there in our communities understand that credit unions are open and available to providing loans to people who may not get them elsewhere. I think they very often can prevent people from falling under the influence of criminal loan sharks who are out there seeking to exploit people's vulnerability. So there's an onus on us. We have a very good system in place of credit unions, and I think we should all do all we can to support them.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Today I want to remember two brave and valiant men on the anniversaries of their murder, which both took place on this day. I want to remember Warrant Officer Class 2 of the Royal Army Ordnance Corps, John Arthur Maddox. He was 32. He was killed by the provisional IRA terrorists who planted a bomb in a milk churn 50 years ago today. His murder took place at Gortmullen, Derlin. 40 years ago today, I also want to remember Sergeant Alistair Slater from 1st Battalion Parachute Regiment and 22nd Special Air Service, who was murdered by the provisional IRA terrorists at Drumrush Kesh. Yesterday I attended the 40th anniversary service to dedicate a memorial plaque for Sergeant Alistair Slater at Tubber Church of Ireland, Kesh. Whilst I wasn't alive at the time, it was a period of deep reflection for my family. My Granny Armstrong, who lives with Alzheimer's, can still recall this night, so deeply ingrained is it within her memory, because this incident happened outside the Armstrong family home. The bomb planted by the IRA could have killed many that night. Police officers on duty were spared being murdered as a four-man terror unit from the IRA callously carried out their act of mayhem and terror. They had been attempting to attack the RUC police car with a landmine. Inside a family home a stone's throw away, my Granny Armstrong was putting to bed my 2 elderly and unwell great-grandparents to bed. 15 minutes later, shots ran out across the area. And yesterday I spoke to many locals at the service who recalled that moment. On that cold, foggy December night, the windows of homes nearby were left open to ensure minimum blast damage. Alistair was 28 years old, serving with the SAS that night. He was out on patrol, keeping my family and that of the Kesh community from harm's way. Totally different to the actions of IRA terrorists that night. £1,000 worth of explosives were recovered, and countless RUC and civilian lives were saved. Such was his bravery that he received posthumously and awarded the military medal for his role that night. A line from his obituary is as poignant today as it was then. The loss of Al, however, was a bitterly high price for us to pay. These are the untold stories of what happened during our dark days. Mr. Speaker, too many innocent lives were a price too high to pay. Many young lives, such as these 2 men, were stolen. There was always an alternative to the bomb and the bullet. We will remember them.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We now have the order papers for the rest of 2024. Thanks to your good office, we know that we will, before the end of this year, be debating the motion to extend or not extend the protocol. What we also know is that the Executive is not going to deliver on the legislation programme that it put before this Assembly earlier this year. They're not just not going to deliver on it, they're barely going to get halfway through the legislation programme which was presented to this Assembly earlier this year. On the 11th of June, the First and Deputy First Minister tabled a motion to this Assembly asking us to note the Executive legislation programme, which at the time, it has to be said, Mr. Speaker, was modest. It was modest. It was a modest, slimmed-down legislation programme, and we were told that it was important to be realistic. And often, as politicians, we hear about the importance of under-promising and over-delivering. Well, it appears the Executive has under-promised and under-delivered. The legislation programme was full of limp, technical, but important pieces of legislation. Things like a financial provisions bill, which is about giving legal authority to various departments to spend certain types of money. That is important, but it's technical. By the way, it could have been prepared, and I assume there were civil servants preparing it while this institution was in abeyance. We also expected to see a fiscal council bill by now, a fiscal council bill to put on statutory footing the independent spending watchdog that has existed for a number of years. There were a whole range of other pieces of legislation, very few of them particularly substantive, but of the 18 we were promised earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, by my count, half, barely 50% of what was promised earlier this year is going to reach this Assembly. By the way, the legislation programme didn't promise to get these things on the statute book or even debate them at second stage. It was just about introducing legislation. Let me repeat that. The Executive has delivered barely half of its legislation programme. Let that sink in. I mean, we returned here in February with a promise to deliver. We've come here day after day, debated motion after motion, promising big things, promised the people who sent us here that this Executive and this Assembly would be focused on delivery, but the legislation programme simply isn't being delivered. I'm afraid the job of the opposition is to come in here and call out this kind of nonsense. Where are the ministers who are coming and telling us where the legislation is? Let me, as I don't always do, pay tribute at least to the Justice Minister, who has introduced probably the most substantive bit of legislation, the Justice Bill, which is being interrogated, but at least it's there to be interrogated. The rest of the legislation programme simply hasn't been introduced. Why? Where is it? Mr. Speaker, if we want this place to have some kind of reputation for delivery and not simply seen as a dysfunctional, ridiculous place on a hill, we actually have to do what we say we're going to do. Let's have an explanation for where all this legislation is. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, the front page of the Belfast Telegraph on Saturday exposed once again for the world to see the sectarian and anti-British sentiment at the heart of the Ulster Boxing Council. It read the following, Mr. Speaker: "I lost out on boxing for my country because I was a Protestant." Mr. Speaker, if that headline had have read for any other minority community in Northern Ireland, there would have been justifiable outrage. The media, the chattering classes and political parties of all hues would have rightly lined up calling for resignations and reforms. But those, Mr. Speaker, who shout loudest on equality, on fairness and equitable opportunity seem to fall silent when it comes to the discrimination of Protestants and those of a British way of life here in Northern Ireland. Those words at the front of the Belfast Telegraph were not mine, Mr. Speaker, but of young Darrell Clark, boxing champion, who in 2022 was denied a place in the Northern Ireland Commonwealth team because he was a Protestant. That is not my finding, Mr. Speaker. That is the finding of the Equality Commission and of the courts here in Northern Ireland. The courts found that the Ulster Boxing Association changed their selection rules because they didn't want a Protestant to be picked to represent Northern Ireland. I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Darrell and to Paul Johnson from Monkstown Boxing Club, who for the past 2 years have been forced to go through the courts to seek redress for that young man. That young man had his life's ambition of proudly representing his country on the world stage denied to him because of one simple fact: the simple fact that he was a Protestant. He has been awarded a 5-figure settlement by the courts, and that, however, is welcome but will not replace the aim of representing his country. I today, Mr. Speaker, will be contacting the Department for Communities and Belfast City Council, who continue to pour millions of pounds into an organisation who seemingly don't want a Protestant about the place. Let me be clear. Others may be silent on the issue of discrimination against young boxers who want to represent Northern Ireland. I and this party, Mr. Speaker, will not.
Timothy Gaston, 2 minutes, Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Civil Service Inclusive Language Guide published by the Finance Minister amounts to an attack on the basic building blocks of society. In spite of that, the Minister has confirmed to me that there was no call-in at the Executive triggered by other parties. Thus, this document could be said to carry the stamp of approval of the Executive. One has only to consider page 16, where civil servants are advised that instead of the words mum or dad, they should use parent, adult or caregiver. Civil servants shouldn't talk about husbands, wives, boyfriends or girlfriends. Instead, we have partner or spouse. On page 23, civil servants are told not to refer to Christian names. Instead, they should ask for a person's forename. It also seeks to ban the term illegal immigrant. The truth is that there is nothing inclusive about this policy document. It seeks to eradicate any trace of the Christian heritage of our nation. It assaults the most basic building blocks of society, seeking to eradicate not just husbands and wives, but even mothers and fathers from official speech. And all of that is coming from a department which has the responsibility for the legislation covering marriage in Northern Ireland. In 1984, George Orwell describes how the state creates newspeak, a controlled language of restricted grammar and limited vocabulary designed to limit freedom of thought. Why? Because, as a character in 1984 says, the whole aim of newspeak is to narrow the range of thought. In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there will be no words in which to express it. That, frankly, is what the Inclusive Language Guide is all about. Control of speech, control of thought. Control of thought and speech to the point where we don't know what a mother is, what a father is, what a husband is, or even what a woman is. There are serious policy issues which flow from this. I am appalled that there is no veto of this guidance by the Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now move to the next item of business, which is a public petition, and I call on Andrew McMurray who has sought leave to present the public petition in accordance with Standing Order 32 to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I am here as a MLA for South Down, representing the Alliance Party and presenting the petition Stop the Mourne Gondola. At the current time, the amount of signatures on the petition exceeds 6,000. It is an honour to be able to present to you today here in this chamber, and I'm glad that some of the number who organised the petition are in the gallery today, as well as my Alliance Party colleagues from Newry, Mourne and Down, and these councillors who have consistently stood with those opposed to this project. The material ask of this petition is to stop the Mourne Mountains Gondola project and the associated visitor centre located at Thomas's Quarry on the side of Slieve Donard. This is a gondola ride of no more than 1,300 metres and to a height of under 250. It also includes the construction of a visitor centre in a special area of conservation and an area of special scientific interest. I would ask that this petition, through yourself, Mr. Speaker, is passed on to the Minister of the Economy, as it is within his remit which two major components of this project fall under, namely Tourism NI and the Department for the Economy. We hope to draw his attention to the feelings of both local people and those who have a love and care for the upland environment, and draw his attention to this in their opposition to this proposal. We would urge that he would exert some influence to prompt a rethink of the problematic elements. Separate to this chamber, it is also a barometer for Newry, Mourne and Down Council to take in consideration when they next have to make a decision on this project. There's no shortage of reasons why we would oppose the gondola and have unfortunately ended up in this situation today, whether there's a lack of public consultation on it, the disregard of other more sustainable alternative uses for funding, the financial risk involved and lack of economic viability, or the threat to local environment and disruption of our area's vast and unique natural beauty. Mr. Speaker, many will know that from Donard Park up to the Glen River and onto the saddle between Slieve Donard and Slieve Comeda really is one of the most iconic gateways into the Mournes. But to construct a gondola of such an industrial scale and within such a wonderful natural environment cannot be seen as something which will augment the area. Indeed, just the opposite. Mr. Speaker, in my time in elected politics, this has been one of the single biggest issues that has been raised with me by my constituents who are opposed to this project. Quite literally, from the pub to the pew, the general public consistently let me know their views on this project, and as the petition would suggest, it is not one of endorsement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I invite the member to approach the table to present his petition. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister for the Economy and send a copy to the committee. Moving on to the next item of business, and that is a committee membership motion from Sinn Féin. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Gemma Dolan replace Mrs Sinead Ennis as a member of the Committee for Justice.
Call Ms Ennis to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item of business is a committee membership motion from the DUP. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Peter Martin replace Ms Joanne Bunting as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee.
Call Trevor Clark to move the motion. Moved. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I have received notice from the Minister of Justice that she wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister of Justice.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the steps I am taking to improve access to justice. I am doing so at this time because I believe there is an opportunity to reshape how justice is delivered for the future to ensure a fairer, more proportionate, responsive system. There has been keen interest in the programme. I understand and welcome that interest. How we support access to justice can and does shape lives, and justice rarely gets the attention and funding it deserves. People encounter the justice system when they're facing challenges, when they're victims of crime, when they're experiencing trauma, when they're dealing with physical and emotional injury, when they're managing changes to their financial and personal circumstances and family life. How access to justice is supported can impact on how people manage and respond to those challenges. It can help determine their life outcomes, the support they need in the future, and how they live and engage with society. How we provide information, support and representation can be critical to ensuring voices are heard, rights are exercised, protections are secured. It can be critical in ensuring inequities can be challenged and that decision makers and others are held to account. It can help determine the longer-term costs of public services, the cost of policing, prisons, health and support services and benefits. It is with that in mind that I commissioned the Enabling Access to Justice Reform Programme. I want to be sure that we are appropriately meeting the needs of citizens, that the system is effective in helping people navigate life's challenges. I'm also taking action because we need to ensure the system is cost-effective and sufficiently transparent. The PAC has had concerns about clarity around legal aid spend. I share those concerns. I'm also concerned about increasing financial pressures. In commissioning the programme, I asked a number of questions. Is the justice system meeting the needs of modern society? Is it protecting the vulnerable? Are we providing some services at the expense of other, more valuable actions? Are we managing our resources well? Is the system proportionate, viable, sustainable and transparent? Are behaviours and procedures engendering delay? Do we have sufficient assurance on quality? Can we measure the added value of the supports we are providing? I asked if justice is being served. To answer those questions, I've taken time to listen and learn from what those using the system tell us about their experience and what those supporting the system tell us about the challenges. I'm grateful to everyone who shared their experiences, particularly to those who took the time to respond to the foundational review of civil legal aid, the fundamental review of criminal legal aid, and the priority-setting exercise for victims of domestic abuse, which I jointly commissioned with the Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime. I want to take this opportunity to record my thanks to Geraldine Hanna, His Honour Judge Burgess, the academics, the practitioners and voluntary sector organisations who contributed for their commitment to improving access to justice. I want in particular to thank the applicants and defendants, the victims and witnesses who took the time to share their experience so we can improve the system for others. I know for some sharing their experience will have been difficult, but it has been invaluable. What I heard has in turn been enlightening, reassuring and disheartening, but it has also been motivating. It is clear we have a strong foundation on which to build, but it is equally clear remodelling is required. Evidence has reinforced my long-held view that we have much to laud. We have a strong, independent judiciary, a capable legal profession, hard-working staff in the courts and tribunal service, and a committed voluntary sector, all of whom are dedicated to ensuring that justice is protected and delivered. Good practice and high-quality services are already in place, but changes are required. Society has evolved, needs and expectations have changed. Technology is presenting opportunities to deliver services differently in a way that better meets the needs of users, is more efficient for practitioners and delivers better outcomes at lower cost. Different approaches can allow disputes to be resolved more quickly and effectively, and users want more options. They want greater self-efficacy and to be better informed. They want to engage with the system differently. The nature of support provided also needs to change. Understanding of the impact of trauma and adversity is constantly improving, as is our understanding of how these impacts can be mitigated. We now better understand the effects of the adversarial court process. The justice system needs to evolve to reflect that learning, to ensure that delivery models are tailored to need, that the right supports are available for the right people at the right time, that the system reduces rather than increases trauma and stress. Delivery also needs to align with resources. My department has been consistently underfunded and pressure on resources is increasing. As I've said previously, £114 million was paid to legal professionals in 2023-24, the highest level in the history of legal aid. We're already on track to meet that spend again this year, having secured additional funding in the October monitoring round. However, by way of comparison, the opening budget for legal aid when I first took up office in January 2020 for the year 2019-20 was £76.9 million, and we received in-year funding raising that to £81.5 million. Legal aid, like other aspects of the justice system, is demand-led. For example, work to increase the throughput of the courts to speed up justice will lead to increasing costs associated with legal aid. It also has to be acknowledged that there is increasing demand right across the justice system, reflecting that all too often we are the provider of last resort. I therefore need additional funds to ensure I can properly protect citizens, to ensure the vulnerable are not at risk, that I can adequately resource police, prisons and justice delivery, not in spite of the pressures facing other departments, but because of them. But delivery models also need to be refined to reflect our financial reality. I've been cognizant of the need to examine, firstly, how we are using our resources to ensure delivery models are proportionate and as inexpensive as possible. Secondly, why pressures and spend are increasing. Thirdly, the benefits accruing from that spend and whether intended effects are being achieved. And fourthly, if different delivery models might generate better, quicker outcomes. Given the foundational nature of these reviews, I've sought to revisit what should be the first principle of access to justice, to ask if we're protecting the most vulnerable, if advice and representation is being provided to those who cannot navigate the system alone and do not have the means to afford advice and representation. Changes are also required to ensure the long-term viability of the system. Fair, proportionate remuneration is critical to the continued availability of quality legal advice and high-standard representation, to ensuring that justice is served. Remuneration is only one part of how we nurture and attract talent, but it is an important part, and it is clear that fees need to be reset. I've asked questions and I have been listening and reflecting on what I have heard. I believe the programme I'm announcing today represents the best opportunity to ensure that we effectively meet the needs of our citizens and that the system is sustainable. It represents an opportunity to reset justice delivery for a generation. To do that, I am proposing to progress reform in 5 key areas, namely improving access to justice, ensuring appropriate quality services, ensuring value, managing public funds and oversight. I will talk a bit more on my plans in each area, starting with improving access to justice. Many who have sought to navigate the justice system will have had a positive experience, but others have difficulty. Despite the significant and increasing spend on legal aid, some have disappointingly found financial constraints remain a barrier to justice. Our current eligibility tests are not necessarily ensuring protection for the most vulnerable, for women, children, victims of abuse, those with a disability. Rules governing eligibility are also not easily understood, and I want to address that. I want to ensure legal aid is delivering on that first principle of protecting the most vulnerable, and so I plan to introduce fairer, simpler eligibility rules that focus resource on the greatest need and greatest risk of harm. Of course, increasing eligibility comes with the responsibility to ensure we're living within our means. We simply do not have the resources to fund every case, however deserving. Neither can we afford to allow the spend to increase exponentially, as the justice budget certainly won't. I also want to ensure access to justice or the quality of service is not dependent on whether you have substantial means or qualify for legal aid. A wider range of funding options is available in other jurisdictions, and so I will be exploring the introduction of private financing to support wider access to justice for individuals and other mechanisms that might aid public interest and strategic litigation. That will not only enhance access to justice by increasing the options available, but also increase choice for the individual. I also want to incentivise early resolution to ensure the process aids efficiency and that form follows function. The Criminal Justice Board is already progressing work to reduce unnecessary delay and enable structured early engagement. Through this programme, I will be seeking to ensure that remuneration structures support these objectives. The procedures reduce unnecessary delay, encourage early resolution and aid transparency. That includes providing better, clearer information to demystify the courts and building evidence of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms so citizens have an informed choice. Remedy does and should extend beyond the formal institutions of the legal system, and the needs of those who use the system can often extend beyond advice and representation. Some who encounter the justice system have experienced trauma, have multiple, often complex needs, and require a range of supports. There are also areas where it is difficult to get expert advice that is critical to effective participation and to equal treatment before the law. I want then to look at opportunities to provide specialist tailored supports at the point of entry, to test different delivery models, including contracting, so users have cohesive services. I plan to focus initially on specific areas and vulnerable groups where there is an immediate need, such as victims of domestic abuse, young people, people in housing distress and asylum and immigration. However, there is potential to extend into other areas. I want to ensure quality service provision through continuous and accelerating improvement. Quality service is also about confidence, the assurance those using the service have regarding the advice and representation they receive, and the assurance to the wider community that publicly funded services provide value for money. Regulatory measures are already in place, but I want to work with the legal professions and the Minister of Finance to examine whether there are any areas of the framework that might be enhanced to add further confidence. There is also a need to look at how quality service is rewarded. As I've mentioned previously, fair proportionate remuneration is essential to an effective justice system. I will be initiating a root and branch review of remuneration to examine what work we are asking practitioners to undertake and the added value and the fees that should attach. We have already made good progress through the work undertaken by Judge Burgess and evidence from other sources, but I plan to establish a reference group to consider how we can further enhance that evidence base going forward. I am also persuaded that there is a case for a more immediate increase to fees and will be making the necessary steps to introduce an uplift at pace. I am further persuaded that uplift should apply across both criminal and civil and family cases. Much has been said recently about the need to increase the fees payable for criminal legal aid, but there is also a case for increasing fees for advice and representation in civil and family cases. One of the reasons I wanted to take this holistic approach was to ensure that issues are not considered in isolation to the detriment of other areas and to ensure fairness across the board. Any uplift will of course be subject to affordability. It must also be acknowledged that a robust and enduring profession is not solely contingent on fees. There must be a proactive approach to succession planning. Diversity must be promoted and supported. There is a significant role for the profession in ensuring that training models build capacity, support inclusivity and nurture talent. I will also be considering what steps I can take to increase viability and to ensure those providing public legal services are representative of society, initially by progressing extended rights of audience to increase capacity and considering if interim payments might aid the financial viability of smaller firms and career progression for women and younger members of the profession. Ensuring value also bears on our responsibilities as legislators to ensure resources are used to best effect. Through the reform programme, I will be taking steps to improve how we manage public funds. I want to look again at the scope of legal aid provision and review merits testing, so that I can provide assurances to this House and to those we represent that funds are being used to support the most vulnerable. I want to ensure resources are expended where there is a clear, tangible value to the individual and society. I want to ensure the process for making that assessment is simple and clear, that it allows us effectively to manage public expenditure. Public funding should not displace private funding, and so I want to be able to provide assurances in that regard. I will be taking steps to ensure that those who can afford to contribute to their legal costs do so. I will also ensure that the assessment system is fair and mechanisms for appealing funding decisions are accessible and robust. I have always been clear in my view that legal aid is part of our welfare system. Contributions should only be sought from those who can truly afford it. Equally, public funds are not unlimited, and nor should they be used to engender delay in the system, particularly where that would be at the expense of supporting others and making better use of public resources more generally. I will be examining the certification process to ensure the continued availability of legal aid is not at the expense of fair and judicious management of resources. I will also be taking steps to ensure clarity on how we use resources. The Legal Services Agency has no role in the assessment of around £30 million of legal aid expenditure per annum. That spend is instead assessed by the taxing master. I have every faith that the taxing master delivers their function independently, but the system in which the master operates means we are unsighted on the detail of this line of expenditure, which is increasing. Between 2015-16 and 2018-19, tax expenditure for civil legal services was consistently in the region of £20 million per annum. But by 2023-24, costs had risen to £37.7 million. I know that all members will agree we need to understand why. We need transparency. I will therefore be taking steps to ensure all legal aid expenditure comes within the purview of the Departmental Accounting Officer in line with standard practice for managing public funds. I propose to progress this work on a phased basis, starting with High Court bail. Finally, I will be taking steps to improve assurance on access to justice. MLA colleagues will be aware there is no universally accepted definition of access to justice. While there is a general sense that the system should facilitate a right to a fair trial, there are no overarching principles governing the operation of the system, how and when different categories of dispute should be resolved, or how resources should be focused. The absence of that definition undoubtedly inhibits assessment of effectiveness. I want to measure, challenge and test what we do. I plan to look at the existing statutory framework for review, to develop a strategy detailing the principles under which the system should operate, and to improve the management information on those using and delivering services. I believe articulating clear, overarching principles and enhancing available data will make it easier for us to assess how we are doing, how well we are using resources, how well citizens and justice are being served. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious I've covered a lot of ground and I thank you and members for your attention. The programme is ambitious and wide-ranging, but it is right to be ambitious when, as I said at the outset, so much is at stake. For the public purse, for society, for individuals and their families. I do not propose changes lightly and I do not underestimate the work involved. The programme is necessarily multi-year and the pace of delivery will be contingent on resource and available funding. However, my aim is to make the system more sustainable, and I recognise that achieving that may mean upfront investment. We do, of course, need to be sure we are investing at the right time and examining issues in the right order. I will shortly be consulting on the programme implementation plan, which the committee will have an opportunity to consider this week, to ensure proposed sequencing is right and properly takes account of interconnectivities. Nevertheless, I intend to move at pace. We do not have the luxury of time if we are to deliver the system that our citizens deserve. Each set of proposals will themselves require detailed consultation and supporting legislative and administrative frameworks to be put in place, and we cannot delay the realisation of benefits. Delivery will also be contingent on collaboration and cooperation of executive colleagues, of the Justice Committee, of the legal profession and of community and voluntary sector partners. I trust that you and they are as committed as I am to enhancing access to justice. We have a tangible opportunity to reset the framework for justice delivery and ensure a fairer, more accessible, proportionate, responsive and cost-effective system which places the citizens at its heart. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Justin McNulty.
And thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, you will know that at Justice Committee I have been advocating for enhanced and improved access to justice. And I welcome broadly your the indication of intent in your statement, but can I ask you to provide detail on how you envisage private financial interacting with the existing legal aid framework, and when we can expect to see a detailed timeline for progressing the objectives laid out in your statement, and in terms of the uplift, more detail on how much it actually will be, and detail on timelines, not disregarding your issue in relation to programming forthcoming.
Minister, we have a question, sir. You answer whichever you feel is appropriate.
Thank you. Well, first to say that there is a timeline set out in the plan which will be circulated to the committee, so the member will have the opportunity to discuss that with my officials on Thursday afternoon, and it will lay out the order in which we intend to do things and put some indicative timings beside those in terms of what is realistic in terms of delivery. In terms of the proposed uplift, Tom Burgess had suggested that for criminal legal aid, the uplift to fees should be around 16% in order to take account of inflation since the last uplift. And we have looked at that, and we have also looked at other evidence that is before us, and we accept that recommendation from Tom Burgess. However, we also believe that in order to ensure fairness within the profession, that should apply right across both criminal and civil legal aid.
Thank you, Minister. Call Deirdre Hargey.
Just for the statement today, I think it is an important statement, and I think it would be good to get the delivery programme and timetable that was mentioned by the Minister. But I suppose just following on, obviously, from your last comments there in terms of Tom Burgess' report and looking at that 16% uplift, I think it is good to widen that across the legal aid profession. But obviously the Minister will know the pressure that solicitors and others are under at the moment in terms of the fees, in terms of the delay of payments. So is there a timetable for when that interim payment will be introduced?
Minister.
Well, to be clear, in terms of an interim payment, it's very clear, both in terms of Judge Burgess and myself, that it is interim as in on the way to this wider reform. It is not interim as a staging post to further uplift. So to be clear about that, and Tom Burgess is also very clear that that's what the interim payment refers to. It will have to be subject to the normal procurement process, so we will have to go to a business case through the Department of Finance, and colleagues have already been engaging with their colleagues in the Department of Finance around that. But I want to move towards that expeditiously because I recognise that there is a need to do so. On the issue of prompt payment, it is of course the intention of the department that we pay legal aid as promptly as is possible. I don't want to get into issues around delay and the timing of that because, as you realise, that is sub judice and is currently in a case before the courts. However, it would be fair to say that a number of the things that I have proposed this morning, including interim payments, would be a significant improvement over the current arrangements where it is a final payment for work done in terms of cash flow, particularly for smaller businesses and for those starting out at the beginning of their careers, where cash flow is perhaps the biggest challenge they face.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement, which is certainly wide-ranging. Minister, you will be aware of the alarming findings of the 23-24 victim survey by the Commissioner Designate for Victims of Crime, with only 7% of crime victims here having confidence in your justice system, 50% being dissatisfied with the PPS. Victims of crime want actions, not just words. How confident are you that we will see real positive change to improve victims' experiences? And also, can you spell out a clearer time frame for these affirmative actions? And given that there has been a lack of clarity within your statement on clear time frames.
Minister. Well, the first thing I want to say is it's not my justice system, it's your justice system. It belongs to us all. And it is all of our duty to ensure that we take all measures possible to enhance confidence in it. One of the things that is in this is around statutory registration and also the regulatory landscape, and I'll be engaging with the Department of Finance around regulation to ensure that there is robust and transparent regulation of the legal profession, and to ensure that people know that where people are contracting to provide a public service, which this is under legal aid, that they can be reliant on having the best quality support possible. With respect to issues, for example, such as delay, I think I mentioned in the speech that one of the key things is to ensure that nothing we do within the legal aid system actually engenders or rewards delay, but that actually we create within the legal aid system incentives for speeding up justice, and that's something that we've been looking at over a number of months in the Criminal Justice Board. And finally, with respect to the timeline, I did say this is a multi-year programme. It will be dependent on the resources that we're able to get to implement that. However, there is a timeline being provided and an order of the progress that we intend to make set out for the Justice Committee. And once I have acknowledged their role in this, because I want to give them their primacy in terms of scrutiny, I will then be launching that for wider consultation, and all members will have an opportunity to feed into it.
Thank you, Minister. I call Connie Egan.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Has there been any analysis undertaken of the comparison between legal aid assessed by the taxing master and spent by PPS barristers on the same cases? And does the taxation system operate elsewhere on these islands?
Minister.
The taxation system is one that I think is very poorly understood. There is a taxing master in Northern Ireland who sets the fees for these cases and controls, as I say, around last year £37.7 million of expenditure. In other parts of these islands, there is no taxing master. So in England and Wales, for example, they can either have their costs assessed by costs officers, cost judges, or they can submit to legal aid agency. But regardless of who conducts the assessment, there are statutory fees payable, so there is less discretion. In terms of Scotland, the Auditor of the Court of Session is similar in their role to the taxing master, but effectively perform an appellate role if there's a dispute between the Scottish Legal Aid Board and the Scottish equivalent to our own people. In the Republic of Ireland, it's mainly based on standard fees. In terms of the work we've been doing to analyse the difference, for example, that the taxing master can introduce, payment to junior counsel in criminal court of appeals cases is on average 9 times greater than their counterpart in PPS, would receive in the same case, for the same case. To senior counsel in criminal court of appeal cases, it's 6 times greater than the PPS counsel would receive. And in addition, on average, junior and senior counsel are paid almost twice as much in the criminal court of appeal as they receive for the corresponding Crown Court trial. So there are some discrepancies within the system that need to be resolved in order that there is true equality of arms between those acting for the defence and the prosecution.
Thank you, Minister. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Minister will know that some of us have been questioning legal aid value for money, eradicating fraud and error, and importantly, transparency. For quite some time, and I suppose this was brought into stark contrast when £150,000, nearly £150,000 was awarded to Gerry Adams on legal aid. And I wouldn't ask the Minister to comment on that, but can I ask the Minister, in the interest of transparency, when or if she will begin to publish once again the list of top legal aid earners in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, I appreciate the question, and I also appreciate the member not asking me to make comment on individual awards under legal aid, but I do understand in that case the award was made, at least one of the awards was made by a judge rather than by the Legal Services Agency. In terms of when we will publish again a list of barristers, this is something that we have done in the past in order to show who the top ranking barristers are in terms of receipt of legal aid. It's questionable how much light it shines, because remember, the person actually in receipt of legal aid is their client, not the barrister or the solicitor. And so it can create a bit of a skewed idea that if somebody works in the legal aid sector, they may get higher levels of payment. Somebody who declines to work on legal aid basis would then get lower levels of payment, but wouldn't then be representing clients who are entitled to legal aid. So I think it's less straightforward than that. However, on the point of transparency, I have no issue with transparency, and I think it would be helpful if we were able to get to the point again, when those figures are meaningful, to be able to disaggregate the different levels of payment that people receive, but also, importantly, how those payments are arrived at, because in some ways I think that's much more important than how much individual law firms earn. Actually, what they're earning it for, to me, matters much more.
Ciara Ferguson, please.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for your statement thus far on enabling access to justice. Just in relation to improving access to justice for those particularly in greatest need and at greatest risk, which includes our women, our children, our victims of abuse and people with a disability. You mentioned you plan to introduce a simpler, fair eligibility system. Could you throw some light on what that would entail? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, today what I've set out is a roadmap to where we want to get to in terms of the broad direction of travel. Each of the individual elements of this will obviously be designed and then brought forward for consultation, so there is some work to be done on each of the individual elements. However, one of the things we are conscious of, if I can use a funnel analogy, the entrance to the funnel in Northern Ireland is quite small, so the number of people who are actually eligible for legal aid is quite small, but once you're eligible, the merit test of what you're actually using legal aid for is quite broad. In England and Wales, more people would be entitled to legal aid, so the funnel neck is much wider, but the number of cases that would reach the merit test in terms of being of value would be much smaller. And what we recognise is that there will be vulnerable people, particularly those fleeing domestic abuse, who would currently be ruled out of legal aid by the means test, but may have good grounds for needing legal aid because they don't have access to the means that they ought to have because of domestic abuse. And it's exactly those sorts of things that have driven us in this direction to look at alternative provision. It's also why I mentioned not just the Bar and the Law Society, but also community and voluntary sector partners. So, for example, services like Housing Rights, like the Children's Law Centre, like Women's Aid, will often provide legal advice with fully qualified legal advisors, but do that at the point of need and very effectively. And so we want to make sure that when we talk about access to justice, we include that within the confines of what we're trying to address.
Thank you. I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for your statement to the House. The proposed reforms are well intentioned and address critical issues in the justice system. However, their success depends on clearly defined goals, realistic financial planning, effective stakeholder engagement and phased implementation. Addressing these flaws may enhance the programme's credibility and likelihood of achieving meaningful improvements. Acknowledging the financial constraints across departments, will the necessary finance be available for this strategy? And could private financing options create inequalities where wealthier individuals have better access to justice? And with this in mind, does the Minister think there will be pushback from the legal profession?
Thank you, Morris. Minister.
A number of questions in that. I mean, first to say that we have had ongoing contact on a regular basis with the legal profession. There will be parts of this that some parts of the profession like, there will be parts of it some parts of the profession doesn't. And that is the reality of any proposal for reform that's brought forward. But what we're trying to do is come at this not from the position of those who, if you like, earn their living through the legal aid system, but from those for whom legal aid is designed, and that is those who are in need of legal advice. So we're here to provide a service which is access to justice. We need a thriving profession to be able to do that. So I want to work with them to ensure that these reforms are practical and that they don't provide a barrier to people entering the profession. For example, we know that final payment has led to many women who enter the bar not being paid for work that they did because the court was actually scheduled during a period of maternity leave. And so they get paid nothing for all the preparatory work that they did. So interim payments may help in that space. Other parts of what we're trying to do, for example, early resolution and alternative dispute resolution, may take more cases away from the court. But I think that that is something that we should all welcome, and that may speed up then the timing that we have to spend on issues that are more serious before the courts. In terms of the access to funding for this, we will have to produce a business case. I believe that we can do so. I think there is a robust argument for doing so. And we will put that to the Department of Finance, as we do with all of our business cases. And of course, dependent on the outcome of this, this project is scalable in that we can do those bits which we can afford whilst working on other pieces in the background until we get the resources. But overall, we need to ensure that the system is sustainable. The rapid increase we have seen over the last 5 years is not sustainable, and the profession are saying the profession is not sustainable. So this is our opportunity to reset things.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I note the Minister's comments regarding the increasing spend on legal aid here and her concerns around the sustainability of that trajectory. Can I ask then if the Minister could clarify our spend per head on legal aid here in Northern Ireland and how that compares with elsewhere on these islands?
Thank you, Minister.
Based on 2022-23 expenditure, the average spend on legal aid per adult in Northern Ireland was £67 per head. By comparison, the average spend per capita in England and Wales was £37 per head, in Scotland 26, and in the Republic of Ireland was 20.
Thank you, Minister. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Minister, just further to John Blair's question there, can you outline what proportion of the population are currently eligible for legal aid in Northern Ireland, and further, how does this compare with elsewhere on these islands? Thank
Minister.
you.
Well, I think it is important, as I tried to do earlier, to highlight the scope of legal aid and how legal assistance is provided to citizens will vary across jurisdictions. Based on available data for 22-23, about 25% of the adult population in Northern Ireland would be eligible for legal aid. The average spend in civil and family legal aid per adult is about £34. By comparison, 23% of the adult population in England and Wales would be eligible for legal aid, with an average spend in civil and family legal aid of £19 per adult. 70% of the adult population in Scotland is eligible for legal aid, with an average spend in civil and family legal aid of £10 per adult. 50% of the adult population in Ireland is eligible for legal aid, with an average spend of £8 per adult. So as you can see, the eligibility can be extremely widened considerably and still provide better value for money than we currently do in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, though there's much in here that people would understand and sympathise with, there's some stuff to be concerned about too. You reform of the way the taxing master works. Let's be transparent about that. I'm not aware of any other situation in which the state can be on the other side of assessing its the counterparty's costs, which is effectively what you're calling for here the comparisons you drew are not perfectly analogous. Would you please confirm that in cases, for example, in legacy cases, we will not have a situation in which there's a profound conflict of interest where the state will be effectively assessing the costs of its counterparties? And why, in the interest of transparency, won't you publish the Burgess report itself? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, two questions. The first, when it comes to legacy specifically, there will be separate arrangements that are being considered by the Northern Ireland Office and Treasury. This is a UK government policy, not a DOJ policy, and therefore the legal support that will or will not be offered to people going through, for example, the ICRIR cases will not fall within the legal aid framework. In terms of the taxing master, it is not the case that what we are doing is unique. We have already standardised fees, and for example, I think in the appeals courts, around 80% of people opt to go through legal services agency because it is quicker to go through that than to go through the taxing master. The issue here is one of managing public money. There is a duty on me to ensure that there is transparency, openness and accountability. The current rules around the taxing master do not allow for that openness, accountability and transparency, and whatever we end up with at the end of the process has to achieve that end. It was something raised by the PAC and it's therefore something that needs to be followed through. And with respect to the Burgess report, my reasons for not publishing the Burgess report are because it was one of a number of inputs to the document that we are sending to committee, and I didn't think that consideration of it in isolation was the right process. However, when my roadmap goes to the committee, the supporting documentation will also go to the committee and then it will be published in full.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, you'll be aware of concerns that have been expressed by particularly those in the criminal legal profession with regards to the viability of the service which they deliver. Minister, could you outline for the House your department's responsibility with respect to the viability, particularly around criminal legal professions?
Minister.
Responsibility for the viability of the legal profession is a matter for many different people. Proper proportionate remuneration is critical to ensuring an enduring profession and to effective access to justice, but it has to be acknowledged that a robust and enduring profession is not solely contingent on fees. Legal aid is only one income stream available to practitioners. Professional bodies have to ensure there is a proactive approach to succession planning. They also have to ensure that their training models build capacity, support inclusivity and also nurture talent. For example, many people who do not want to operate as criminal solicitors find it difficult because of the amount of out-of-hours work and the inconvenience compared to working, for example, for a corporate legal body where they may not have to work outside normal office hours. So I will be considering what steps I can take to try and increase viability. Initially, extended rights of audience in the courts to increase capacity, and then considering if interim payments might aid financial viability, particularly, as I said, of smaller firms and also career progression of women and younger members of the profession. But I think others also need to take action, and in that regard I'm aware, for example, that the Law Society is looking at potential changes to their model for training of young solicitors.
Call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement and answers thus far. Can I ask if you consider the current regulatory framework in relation to the legal professions to be adequate, and if not, what steps you will take to address this?
Minister.
Well, I think some other people pointed to the reviews that have been undertaken, and there's a further report which has been published with respect to the client and how they view the legal services they received. And it has to be said that it's a mixed bag and it's not entirely glowing in its output. The regulatory framework for professions is not a matter for me as Justice Minister. It is a matter for the respective professional bodies, the Finance Minister and the Legal Services Oversight Commissioner. But I want to work with Minister Archibald, the Law Society and Bar Council to see if there are ways in which we can collectively increase confidence for service users. I'm very clear that the standards of legal representation in Northern Ireland are high, and the vast majority of stakeholders report the services they received were helpful, necessary and provided with care. But I am concerned that some have expressed concerns about ability to make an effective complaint about their representative when they need to, and I'm also keen to explore how the governance structures around legal aid can be used in combination with the vital role of the Law Society and Bar Council, the Department of Finance and the Commissioner to increase confidence confidence in the system.
Thank you. I call Patsy McGlone.
Rio last can call you. Agus we have slishen out of Fostas na Fragri.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister also for her answers.
97. Sean Brown was abducted and murdered by loyalist paramilitaries. Have you been in a position, or have you made any representation to this British government on the legacy legislation which is denying so many people, including the Brown family, access to justice?
Minister.
Well, this issue is about enabling access to justice through the legal aid system and its corollary, so it is not specific to individual cases. However, I have had the opportunity to make representations to the Secretary of State with respect to his plans going forward, particularly in terms of the ICRIR. I have been clear that I think it is something that needs to be replaced, not merely reformed, and I have also been clear that I believe that if they decide to pursue this, we will not stand as the Department of Justice in the way of any family wishing to avail of its services, nor will we try to frustrate their processes. But I do believe that it is a fundamentally flawed process, and I think that they should revisit the drawing board and start from the Stormont House Agreement, to which many in this House signed up.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, can you confirm what previous reviews have been undertaken on the criminal legal aid remuneration levels and what uplifts were agreed as part of those?
Minister.
The devolution of justice, the Department has kept the existing scheme under review in line with legislation. So reviews have led to 9 amendments to supporting legal aid legislation, with the latest in 2019 to bring forward remuneration for referral hearings in the Crown Court. The proposal to uplift fees here is based on evidence within the various reports now available and is designed to help arrest the falling numbers of solicitors and barristers taking on cases which are supported by legal aid. The reform programme will necessitate, as part of its outworkings, the setting of new remuneration rates which will reflect the complex operating environment and specialist skills needed in some cases. The current levels of remuneration for cases in the Crown Court were agreed in 2016 following discussions with stakeholders, including members of the Bar Council and Law Society. This followed the changes in 2015, and the discussions helped identify where rates needed to be amended to reflect the complexity of cases then being brought forward. The Bar and Law Society both supported the Burgess Review and provided detailed supporting evidence which has helped shape the reform programme. Their input into delivering it will also, I think, be incredibly important, and I look forward to their continued engagement.
Call Philip Brett.
And I thank the Minister for her comprehensive statement. Minister, one of the greatest barriers to accessing justice can be the use and abuse of the judicial review process here in Northern Ireland, particularly when it comes to major capital schemes being taken forward by government. I can think of a number in my constituency which have been stalled through the courts as a result of easily accessible but vexatious judicial review claims. Has the Minister given any thought to a review of the bar to which a member of the public can apply and be granted leave and legal aid for the use of the judicial review process?
Minister.
There are a number of elements that we are looking at the moment that would deal with some of those issues. I have to say, first and foremost, access to justice does allow the ordinary citizen to challenge the decision maker, and it is right and proper that they should be able to do so. However, in the case of what you describe as potentially vexatious applications, it is important that in addition to a means test, there is also a merit test. Would a person take this case if they were paying for it themselves, or are they solely taking it because someone else is picking up the bill, namely the public purse? And that is something that we do intend to look at very carefully as part of what we're doing, because if we are really protecting the most vulnerable, then we need to make sure that the legal aid spend we have is targeted at the most vulnerable. We also need to make sure that we don't fall foul of our commitments under the Aarhus Convention, which is a piece of environmental legislation which the government has signed up to ensure that the public do have a right to challenge decision makers when it comes to environmental issues.
Jerry Carroll.
So the introduction of private finance into anything is deeply problematic, but the concept of justice is perplexing. How far do you intend this to go? How will you ensure that people aren't encouraged to pick profitable cases and disregard others when it comes to the issue of justice?
Minister.
Well, I hate to break it to the member, but private financing is the standard approach in most civil cases. If I want to take a defamation case against somebody, surprisingly, I have to pay for that. And if I win back in damages, then I would cover my costs out of that. It is not unreasonable if somebody wants to go and take a case and have means that they should pay. The purpose of legal aid is not to fund every exercise in the courts. It is to fund access to the courts for those who could not otherwise afford it. And so it's not at all unusual that there are private finance options available. One of the principles of managing public money is that public money should not displace private money where that private money is available, and we need to be very careful that isn't happening. So, for example, there will be people who will automatically be allowed to get legal aid for their defence. But they may be very wealthy people who could have paid for their own defence. And if they are then convicted, I think it is right that we should seek redress on the case ahead. In terms of other options that are available in terms of private financing, we're not talking here about bringing in companies who will run it as private enterprise. I was very clear in saying that I want to ensure whether people have means or are accessing through legal aid, they get the same quality of service, and that has to be the baseline. But there are certain mechanisms available to people in other parts of these islands that allow them, for example, to take on some of the big corporations. Things like no win, no fee. That allow them to take on big corporations and win. We don't have that in Northern Ireland, so unless you have the money to go up against those big corporations, you have no chance in Northern Ireland of ever being able to see justice done.
That concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business is an all-party motion on Homelessness Awareness Week. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes Homelessness Awareness Week 2024 from the 2nd to the 8th of December 2024, further notes the major impact homelessness has on the health and well-being of those impacted, welcomes and commends the ongoing work of voluntary and community sector organisations working to prevent and ameliorate homelessness, affirms that change is needed to increase housing supply and to ensure greater cross-departmental working in order to realise the goal of making homelessness brief, rare and non-recurrent, and calls on the Minister for Communities to ensure the homelessness sector receives sufficient funding to support people at risk of or experiencing homelessness.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson to move the motion. Move. Thank you, Ciara. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Ciara, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This week is Homelessness Awareness Week. Time for change, time for action, and time for a renewed commitment across this chamber to address once and for all the prevalent issue of homelessness throughout each and every one of our communities. As we all know, homelessness is not inevitable. We have a duty to invest in homeless prevention, including Housing First, a duty to deliver the reform of our biggest social housing landlord to enable it to build again, and a duty to consistently meet our agreed annual targets for social and affordable housing. Breaking the cycle of homelessness is our opportunity right across the Assembly and Executive. It is the opportunity to create a better legacy for generations to come. It is welcome that this is finally a standalone priority within our programme for government. I want to welcome the beginning of Homelessness Awareness Week 2024, which is a week dedicated to delivering social, educational and awareness-raising events around the lived reality of homelessness. And I think it's crucial to say that behind each individual experiencing homelessness is a complex narrative. It can be a story of loss, a story of struggle, and often systematic failures throughout their life. They are all our neighbours. They are our family members who all rightly deserve dignity, respect, compassion and support. There is a packed programme throughout this week, and we have over 32 different sessions across a range of constituencies, and they can be found on the Homeless Connect website, and I would encourage many representatives, if they can, to attend those events. And it's from a range of amazing organisations that a lot of our most vulnerable heavily depend on, the likes of Homeless Connect, the Simon Community, Shelter NI, the Methodist Mission, DePaul, Extern, Help the Homeless, the Salvation Army, Mindwise. There are a range of organisations, and I would encourage each and every member who has not been out in their local communities with those organisations, perhaps this week is a great opportunity to come out and visit. As we all know, we're currently facing unprecedented challenges when it comes to homelessness. As of the most recent statistics from the 21st of November, our social housing waiting list had over 48,366 households, 3/4 of whom are deemed to be in acute need of a home. And nearly a third of these households have been waiting over 5 years for a quality, affordable and a suitable place to call home. What this means in terms of people is that when you take the 58,238 people, the official statistic as of the 30th of June 24, and add the Simon Communities research, which suggests we have approximately 25,000 additional people deemed as our hidden homelessness, we therefore have over 88,000 people without access to secure housing. This is 1 in every 33 people across our society today. It is no surprise, therefore, to learn this impacts on every corner of our society. Over the last year, the number of households with homelessness status has grown in every council area across the north. The largest rise in terms of people were within Belfast and Derry City and Strabane council areas. And although less of a rise in terms of the number of individuals, the biggest rise in percentage terms was found in Fermanagh and Omagh. Comparatively, over the past decade, the number of people with official homelessness status has risen by 8,951 people in Belfast, 4,384 people in Derry City and Strabane, and over 3,052 people in Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon area, to name but a few. Some of the main reasons for homelessness presentations in recent years have either been that accommodation was not reasonable, there was a sharing breakdown, or the person or family experienced a loss of suitable or affordable private rented accommodation. In all of these instances, if enough social and affordable housing supply was available, we would not have the same pressure on the system in terms of the level of human need, but also in terms of the continued over-reliance on temporary accommodation. Spending on temporary accommodation is increased by 495% to £34.5 million over the last 5 years, and this sadly includes over 5,106 children as of April 2024. Although we very much welcome the continued commitment from our Housing Executive to try and ensure no child spends prolonged periods housed in temporary forms of accommodation, we know the reality for many others that lengthy stays of 2 or more years has become commonplace. I want to now take a moment just to acknowledge the dedicated, passionate and steadfast people and organisations working in our homelessness sector. We know that so many charities are making an enormous difference on the ground whilst operating under ever-increasing pressure. Our homelessness service budget, which funds 19 core prevention projects and services, including Complex Lives in Belfast, is funded from the same pot as temporary accommodation funding, and this continues to put a range of life-saving charities at huge risk. Homeless Connect currently co-chairs the committee representing independent supporting people providers, and the survey in recent weeks outlined really deep concerns following changes to our national insurance contributions. The sector is faced with a rising level of need while operating on a reduced budget, and this affects recruitment and retention of staff and quality of services. Additional funding for our homeless prevention projects and service providers is critical and must be coupled with the wider investment in social and affordable housing supply. The fundamental truth is that you cannot prevent and reduce homelessness without an adequate supply of social and genuinely affordable housing. So I'd just like to finish by saying ending homelessness is vital to tackling poverty and to improving educational and employment opportunities. Ending homelessness is vital to improve people's health, outcomes, life expectancy, whilst protecting their mental health and well-being. Ending homelessness is vital. We cannot and must not fail in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to confirm DUP support for this cross-party motion highlighting Homelessness Awareness Week. Homelessness is a complex issue, caused both by factors relating to a person's personal circumstances and also by wider factors beyond their control. The reality of homelessness covers a wide range of circumstances. These include those staying in temporary and emergency, statutory and voluntary sector accommodation while they are on the social housing waiting list, those staying in temporary private arrangements with family members and friends, often sleeping on other people's sofas, having to move around and in some cases having to sleep in their own cars, those whose private rental tenancy is being ended, and most starkly, those sleeping rough on our streets, who in many cases have many personal challenges around mental health, addictions and previous life experience. The challenge is clear. The Housing Executive waiting list for social housing in Northern Ireland stands at over 47,000 households. This is a priority for the Northern Ireland Executive and it is a priority for the DUP. Housing has been secured as one of the 9 priorities in the Executive's draft programme for government. We must provide more social, affordable and sustainable housing. However, addressing homelessness is not just about increasing housing supply, but also making sure that those who have associated challenges are receiving the right intervention at the appropriate time. So addressing homelessness requires work right across the executive departments, certainly for communities and infrastructure, but also for health and justice, recognising the need for support services for those vulnerable people who have associated challenges such as mental health problems, drug and alcohol dependency, and institutional experiences in the care or justice system. This morning, I was pleased to attend an event at Belfast City Hall highlighting the Complex Lives programme operating to address the needs of rough sleepers and homeless people facing complex issues in Belfast. This is a joined-up, multi-agency approach funded by the Housing Executive, the Public Health Agency, Belfast City Council and the Policing and Community Safety Partnership. Through this, statutory and voluntary agencies involved in housing, health, criminal justice and employment and skills are working closely together to support vulnerable individuals and to seek to break negative cycles of behaviour. I was struck by the words of a Housing Executive officer who said that after working with homeless people for 15 years, she was feeling burned out, but the commencement of the Complex Lives model 3 years ago has rejuvenated her work, and she sees the real difference it is making to individuals, with over 150 specifically supported so far, and I would encourage other council areas to study this model. We do, of course, need to increase housing supply across all areas. This includes the need to speed up our planning system and to ensure that the necessary infrastructure is in place, in particular wastewater infrastructure. The reality is that the supply of both social and private new housing is not keeping up with demand. The Chartered Institute for Housing has advised that the number of new houses built here in the year 2023 to 24 was the lowest in a decade. The most recent House Price Index shows that average house prices in Northern Ireland have increased by 5.7% over the past year. This rising cost of housing is impacting on affordability of mortgages and deposits, particularly for first-time buyers. Principal Deputy Speaker, the DUP has taken action to improve housing options over recent years. We have been very supportive of the co-ownership scheme, and our Minister, Gordon Lyons, has increased the upper value limit for qualifying properties in order to help more people into home ownership through co-ownership. We have also helped working families by launching the intermediate rent product, where a long-term low-interest loan is offered to an operator to develop a new supply of affordable homes for rent at 20% discount off the market value. And among all the competing demands on the departmental budget, Gordon Lyons did provide a 6.4% increase in funding for the Supporting People programme in this financial year. As members will know, this funding supports a range of statutory and voluntary support services for vulnerable and homeless people, and we commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise today in support of today's motion and thank the proposers for having tabled it. I've spoken in support of similar motions and debates over the years as a councillor in Belfast City Council and now as an MLA, and find that at times they can become a bit academic. Instead, we must remember that these are people, families and friends facing the uncertainty, fear and stress of homelessness. That's why last year I was keen to take part in a sponsored sleep out in East Belfast to experience some insight into what it feels like to be homeless, while raising money for Max supporting children and young people, a charity who do so much for young people experiencing homelessness here in East Belfast. And just recently were in my office along the Newtonards Road helping a young person who was under risk of exploitation by paramilitaries. The night before, I psyched myself up. I packed up my sleeping bag, put on a few extra layers and wore a hat to keep me warm. I was feeling pretty confident and looking forward to heading to Banana Block on the Newtonards Road where it was taking place. So much so, I went into a local pub beforehand, and that's really where my learning about homelessness began. I hadn't thought about the fact that I visibly looked homeless, with my sleeping bag under my arm and my clothes and hat. I was met with stares and people moving away from me, my first experience of the judgment that comes with homelessness. We were thankfully sheltered from the rain in Banana Block, but it's famously difficult to heat, so we effectively slept outside and on a cold, hard floor. I say slept, but I hadn't slept at all that night because it was that cold, maybe an hour or two of light and broken sleep. The next morning, still looking homeless, but now visibly exhausted, I went to get a coffee and again experienced the surprise, lingering looks, whispers, felt unwelcome and a troublemaker. I went to my constituency office the next day as normal for a day's work, but couldn't really focus and barely got through the day. It took me 2 full days to feel myself again. Just imagine if this was your idea of normal, running on empty every day, being seen as an inconvenience, feeling like an inconvenience for existing, and exhausted just by doing simple daily tasks. Principal Deputy Speaker, having gone through the Max sleep out, I felt it necessary to speak with the organisers and volunteers at the Simon Community Sleep Out recently in Stormont Estate and to hear their stories and experiences. They told me a statistic that makes absolute sense based on my experience with Max, and that 70% of those experiencing homelessness have an underlying mental health condition. These aren't people who have made poor decisions, they're people who need early intervention, support and to be heard. I commend today's motion and what it tries to achieve. Thank all those who are on the ground working to help those experiencing homelessness in all its forms. Max supporting children and young people for an invaluable experience last year, and would encourage all MLAs to take part in a sponsored sleep out for an unforgettable learning experience and to better understand what it is we are working to eliminate. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I call Andy Allen.
Principal Deputy Speaker, as has already been mentioned, Homelessness Awareness Week is a week of social and educational events which aims to raise awareness of the reality of homelessness in Northern Ireland. Homeless Connect facilitates Homelessness Awareness Week on behalf of the sector. Held annually, it seeks to challenge the stigma around homelessness and highlight the vital work of the homelessness sector here in Northern Ireland. Can I echo the comments already made in paying tribute to the many thousands working day and night within the housing and homelessness sector? Their work, often delivered against the backdrop of immense pressure, truly makes a difference. It is undeniable that Northern Ireland is facing unprecedented challenges when it comes to homelessness, which is exacerbated by the undersupply of housing, increased need over many years, and the pressures on temporary accommodation, as has already been highlighted and mentioned by others, pushing the latter to the breaking point. At least 58,241 people are currently legally homeless. That's 1 in every 33 people in Northern Ireland. As I've highlighted previously in other debates in this House, the increased housing need and pressures on temporary accommodation is resulting in individuals and families being moved many miles from their communities, support networks, work and schools. For many, it's placing a reliance on the goodwill of others to provide a roof over their heads, where temporary accommodation cannot be found or is impractical due to being far too far away from school and work, to mention but a few. We have families and individuals living out of suitcases or black bin bags, friendships and families pushed to breaking point. Do the official figures, as have already been highlighted, truly account for the scale of our housing challenges? Does it account for those unknown to us, the hidden homeless? According to the recent Simon Community research, there are up to an additional 25,000 people outside the system who are not getting the support that they so desperately need. Over the past 6 months, over 8,000 households presented as homeless to the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. This equates to 45 homeless presentations every day. That's 45 individuals and families, from young people to pensioners, who have nowhere to go, resulting in them being put into temporary accommodation. Spend on temporary accommodation in Northern Ireland has increased by 495%, as we've already heard from other speakers, to 34.5 million over the past 5 years. Nearly a third, 29% of households on the waiting list have been waiting over 5 years for quality, affordable housing of their own. A home is more than just a roof over someone's head. Our homes are the foundation for our lives. Having somewhere safe and secure we can call home is essential in supporting our health and well-being. People are getting stuck in a cycle of homelessness due to fewer and fewer affordable housing options. It's undeniable there have been positive steps in responding to homelessness since the Executive returned in 2024, and Mr Kingston did highlight some of those. But we need resources for the social housing build and properly funding homelessness strategy if we're to turn the curve. However, the brutal reality, Principal Deputy Speaker, for the many thousands looking to us for answers is these developments, whilst welcome, as already highlighted, don't begin to scratch the surface for those many thousands needing support. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Auntie. I call Mark Durkin.
While many of us are excitedly preparing for the Christmas countdown, others are facing the harsh reality of keeping or even getting a roof over their heads. Recently, a mother reached out to my office after losing her private rented accommodation. Amid the chaos of packing up the furniture, searching for a new place to stay, and wondering how to get her children to school if they're relocated across the city or beyond, she remarked that her son's biggest worry was how Santa would find them this year. We've heard today that there are over 5,000 children in temporary accommodation. Many of these children will have nowhere to hang a stocking, no facilities for a family to cook a festive dinner, and no table to gather around with family. And believe it or not, these families are lucky compared to some others. For many more, their plight mirrors a modern-day Christmas parable, many fleeing persecution and the consequences of poverty, only to be met with the same message: there is no room at the inn, the hotel, or the B&B. So how did we get here? That's not a biblical mystery, but the result of systemic and sustained cuts to homelessness prevention services, combined with the largest reduction to the social housing development programme seen in a generation. How can the Executive rationalise such devastating decisions when housing waiting lists have soared to a record high? The programme for government commits to making homelessness brief, rare and non-recurrent. Currently, the only thing that's brief, rare and non-recurrent is homelessness prevention funding and the political will to tackle the slow-motion disintegration of community life as we know it. A whole generation of families are unable to put down roots, to make neighbourly connections or form the building blocks of a safe and thriving community. Spend on temporary accommodation has increased tenfold actually since 2018. It's worth remembering that the next time that financial constraints are used as an excuse for this Executive's lack of creativity. And I'm glad to have heard some more creative measures having emerged in recent times and look forward to working with the Executive on the delivery of those. In July, the Housing Executive highlighted the devastating impact that cuts to homelessness prevention would have on wraparound services and the vulnerable individuals who depend on them. I, like others, would like to commend the work of those organisations and individuals, but they do need so much more support to change lives and, in many instances, save lives. In October, the Assembly backed calls from the opposition to declare a housing emergency. Less than a month later, the Finance Minister made a welcome allocation of £24 million for new social homes. She informed the Assembly that that would allow the Executive to deliver up to 1,400 social homes. I've since learned through written answers from the Communities Minister that the EFC has neither set this target nor engaged with the Housing Executive on this figure. Sadly, it would seem that ministers are in the habit of plucking figures out of thin air, presenting numbers without proper analysis, as was the case with the draft housing supply strategy, which promised to deliver 100,000 homes in 15 years. 2 years on, it's clear this strategy is undeliverable. I understand that housing isn't the sole responsibility of one department, and that addressing this crisis requires a whole system approach. This includes ensuring access to adequate health services, preventing homelessness, and resolving water infrastructure challenges to expedite the delivery of homes already in the pipeline. Ultimately, tackling the housing emergency hinges on the political will of this executive. It's a sobering reflection that the most sought-after children's gift this Christmas will be a place to call home. For many children, the season will have lost its magic, and their parents will have lost hope. I want to remind members here that housing was core to the fight for civil rights in the North, representing not just shelter, but equality, dignity and opportunity. Housing was once the foundation for change. Let's today remind us why we became public representatives, to improve this place we call home and to ensure people have a place to call home.
Thank you, Mark. I call Timothy Gaston.
Principal Deputy Speaker. The spectre of homelessness is something which is unlikely to threaten anyone in this chamber currently, but as public representatives and legislators it should greatly concern us all. I say that because, like you all, I received the briefing paper from the Simon community which highlighted the fact that 58,241 people are currently legally homeless in Northern Ireland. In the past decade, that number has grown by more than 135%. Even those figures, shocking as they are believed to be an underestimate. The ballooning of spend on temporary housing accommodation, some 34.5 million over the last 5 years, is a false economy. We need to get away from relying on temporary accommodation and invest in building more social housing, either through the Housing Executive or the housing associations, to meet the growing demand. There are many people who look at the lack of housing provision and the problems associated with connecting new builds to an at-capacity sewage infrastructure and rightly question the priorities of this government. One complaint which I regularly hear from those listed as homeless is that many perceive as the gold standard treatment received by asylum seekers in Northern Ireland. Just last week, I received a response from the Executive Office telling me that there are 301 asylum seekers housed in hotels in Northern Ireland. Give way, Mr. Carroll.
I think I remember getting away. As a member ever been to one of these hotels, does you understand that people actually have serious restrictions on them leaving and entering the hotels and actually can't even cook for themselves in them, so wouldn't class in a hotel in any meaningful sense of the word?
The member's an extra minute.
I thank the member for his input. I haven't been to one of the hotels, but I have been in many houses which people are in for emergency accommodation, and I can't see them being any worse, Jerry, than a lot of the emergency accommodation that are currently offered out to my constituents, and I'm sure your constituents as well. A number of weeks ago, we had a briefing on the monitoring round in the Executive Office Committee, and we're advised of a pressure of 6.4 million from service delivery to refugees and asylum seekers. That money may not come from our block grant, but it does come from the Home Office, which of course is funded by every taxpayer in Northern Ireland. Furthermore, as was clarified in response to questions from myself, that the 6.4 million figure is only the money going to the Executive Office for pressures related to refugees and asylum seekers. It does not include funding other departments such as health and education, something I am pursuing by way of written questions. Before we take on the problems of the world, we need to sort out our own homegrown ones. Then, of course, we have the very questionable wastage of departments like the Department of Communities and lobby groups and organisations which pursue political agendas rather than doing anything to address the core functions of the department, such as dealing with homelessness. In that regard, I think particularly of the funding which the Department of Community funnels into the Rainbow Project, an organisation which, as a search of the departmental website will show, has been included in a reference group and an expert panel established by the Department in the past, as well as being in receipt of funding from communities. I'd like the Minister to address in his response if he will review that relationship going forward in light of the content of the Rainbow Project website, which advises people to use post-it notes to snort powder drugs. My goodness, the Rainbow Project website even goes on to advise readers that people can consent to sex if a bit tipsy or a bit stoned. Indeed, they say that's fine. Is that the sort of organisation that should be in receipt of public money?
Mr. Gosson, point of order. Mr. Gosson, could you please revert back to the motion, which is on homelessness?
That's where I was just coming back to, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I was going on to say, is that the sort of organisation that should be in receipt of public money ahead of vital core functions such as tackling homelessness? I certainly think not. It is well and good saying fine words about how we will address the housing situation, but let's not diminish and dismiss those who question the spend on people who entered the UK illegally when we cannot meet the needs of folk already here. And let's address the wastage on questionable lobby groups and spend the money where it is really needed. All ministers need to take a step back and examine what their departments are currently spending money on. To truly tackle homelessness, we need to eliminate wastage and prioritise everyday essentials such as sorting out our sewage infrastructure to allow us to build new, efficient and fit-for-purpose social homes. I believe we will only tackle this problem by building new homes for those already classed as homeless and for those who, through no fault of their own, will find themselves in that very same position in the weeks and months ahead. Instead of raising awareness of homelessness, this executive needs to tackle homelessness instead.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the root causes of homelessness are often multifaceted. Many people who experience homelessness are also impacted by addiction, relationship breakdown, poverty, disability and ill health, insecure work and unemployment. And in my constituency of West Belfast, there are 4,100 households on the social housing waiting list, including over 3,000 that are homeless, unacceptable figures. But the forces, Deputy Speaker, driving our homelessness crisis are clear. Year after year, we refuse and fail to build enough social homes for the ever-increasing number of people who need them, and over 88,000 at the last count. Hoping and waiting for in-year budget allocations to meet social housing building is not a sustainable or fair way of delivering social homes. And the Communities Minister obviously recently announced that an extra 24 million allocated during the October monitoring round would enable the construction of up to 800 new social homes, a total of just 1,400 for the year, but 20 million allocated in June was only enough to build 200 social homes. The sums obviously don't add up, Deputy Speaker, and at this rate it will take decades to clear the backlog in our waiting lists. Instead of providing homes where families can put down permanent roots, the Executive is allowing the problem to grow. Last year alone, £34 million was spent on temporary accommodation. Much of this ended up in the pockets of private landlords and companies. It's totally unacceptable. Relying on the private market to solve our homelessness crisis is a fool's errand, Deputy Speaker. It's a disgrace that people are profiteering from the homelessness crisis, and a disgrace that executive parties facilitate it. In 1981, 2 out of every 5 households here lived in a house and executive home. Today, that number is shockingly just 1 in 10. During this debate, we should also remember that homelessness, Deputy Speaker, is a direct result of political choices. The repeated failure to invest in building enough social homes for the people who need them is a political choice. Cuts to the discretionary housing payment budget, resulting in more people falling into arrears and facing homelessness, is a political choice. Historic underinvestment in vital homelessness support services delivered by the community and voluntary sector, as well as the Support and People programme, is a political choice. Those in power tell us that ending homelessness is complicated, but the solutions are obvious. It's definitely not complicated. They're obvious to anyone who walks through the city, centre or high street, past buildings and homes lying empty for years. The solutions are obvious to anyone whose landlord has just issued them with an extortionate rent increase. Relying on the private market to solve our homelessness crisis is a fool's errand. They're obvious to anyone, Deputy Speaker, who's been evicted from their home for no good reason, with nowhere else to go. We need to keep people in their homes by introducing a no-fault eviction ban and rent controls linked to income. We need to make use of the UK's new definition of debt to allow the Housing Executive to invest in building new social homes that are so desperately needed where they are needed. We need to act to quickly transform some of the 22,500 vacant homes across the north into social homes. We need to implement the Housing First programme to tackle chronic homelessness, and one that treats housing as a fundamental human right. Everyone, regardless of their income, where they're from, deserves a decent, affordable, secure place to live. The people of the north know what needs to be done to end homelessness. It's up to the executive parties to do it. And that's why, Deputy Speaker, I'm bringing forward a private member's bill called the People's Housing Bill to tackle some of these root causes of the housing crisis that has ruined people's lives and torn families apart for too long. And I hope members will support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. This debate will continue after question time when the next speaker, next member to speak will be Claire Sugden. So as question time begins at 2, suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. That was tight, wasn't it?
Members, we move to questions to the Minister for the Economy, and questions 6 and 12 have been withdrawn. I call Diane Forsyth.
Your question 1, please.
Minister.
Numerous tourism statistics are published on NISRA, Tourism Ireland and Tourism Northern Ireland websites. These range from trends and performance figures, the tourism satellite accounts showing the sector's economic impact and consumer industry sentiment analysis, to attraction and accommodation statistics, overseas visitors to Ireland and outlook for the sector. Tourism statistics are compiled from 4 data sources, 2 from NISRA and 2 from CSO Ireland. Following previous user consultation, it was agreed that statistics for the North should only be published when data from all 4 sources was available. Due to the impact of COVID on face-to-face interviews, the full suite of data was not available between March 2020 and January 2023. During this period, an alternative tourism data set was published on the NISRA website.
Dan Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Due to the lack of the data published from NISRA through the COVID years right up to 2023, it's a bit disappointing that we haven't got a capture of the day trips, the staycation and within Northern Ireland and the travel between Northern Ireland and the Republic. And I was wondering, has the Minister undertaken any work on review of tourism during the COVID years to maximise that sort of tourism potential within Northern Ireland and across the Northern Ireland and the Republic?
Well, I've no doubt that during the COVID period, I'm sure she's familiar as I am, certainly anecdotally, the volume of traffic that came from south to north on the island was probably unprecedented. There have been recent statistics published by NISRA which do indicate that that volume increased significantly and has continued to grow, which is good news for our providers here. So I mean, we have no sense, there was albeit a gap with an alternative source during that time when it was impossible to do face-to-face consultations. There was tourism information provided, but if there is any sense that the tourism working group find that the statistics aren't up to scratch, I'm sure we can look at that. But as I say, there are recent fairly compelling statistics published just probably a number of weeks back from NISRA outlining that significant growth has continued.
Dennis.
And can I ask the Minister, what is the Department doing to assess and address the risks posed to the tourism industry by the British Government's electronic travel authorisation scheme?
Minister.
Well, I met with Seema Malhotra MP, the Home Office Minister for Migration and Citizenship, on the 13th of November regarding the ETS scheme and to press for solutions to protect our tourism industry. And of course our tourism industry have been voicing very serious concerns in relation to this. It's vital that we have seamless all-island travel, and that's a key to building growth we've seen in the tourism sector. And the strong concerns have been expressed by them in relation to the impact that this might have. So I reiterated those concerns to Minister Malhotra and outlined that this is an issue where I believe solutions are needed to protect our tourism, travel and hospitality sector here in the north. Especially these businesses are facing a range of challenges, such as rising energy and staff costs, including additional challenges from the recent budget in London. I'll be providing Minister Malhotra with more information on our concerns and the expected economic impacts, including the issues for tour operators and our visitor attractions.
Justin Gondola.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. The Minister will know why I've led the charge on the inclusion of counties Armagh and Down in the Ireland's Ancient East tourism brand. Minister, does the Minister agree with me that the growth of the tourism industry could be turbocharged in my constituency through the extension of the Fáilte Ireland brands into the north, in particular through the inclusion of Armagh and Down into the Ireland's Ancient East tourism brand, and what efforts will the Ministry be pursuing with the incoming Irish Government to ensure that vision becomes a reality?
Well, if the member keeps telling himself that he's led the charge, I'm sure at least he'll believe that, but I'm not sure that many others will. This is an issue that predates his involvement in politics by some time, where the conversations in relation to the tourism brands and their benefits to be used on this side of the border. And of course, that conversation has been going very strongly with the Department of South since I came into office. We have a joint working group for the first time ever between the three tourism agencies and both departments, and I look forward to picking up that work with whoever should occupy that office on the other side of the election. The one that's most advanced, I think, in terms of possibility is Ireland's Hidden Heartlands, and there will be discussion going with Fermanagh and Omagh Council in relation to that. There is, of course, he will know, shared island funding, which is assisting in the development of the Wild Atlantic Way and the North Coast, the Causeway Coast. And Ireland's Ancient East, Fáilte Ireland are in the process of finalising a review of that brand themselves. And so when the outcome of that review is known, and hopefully very soon, then we can engage them further as to how the East Coast and counties Armagh and Down will be involved in the tourism branding as part of Fáilte's package.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, the British Open returns to Royal Portrush next year. Does he have any plans for a showcase event, for example, to maximise the tourism opportunities right across Northern Ireland?
Well, there already is very significant planning ongoing in relation to that. I had met the Chamber up in Portrush Golf Club, and we got a presentation from the organisers in terms of some of the things that are going on there. We also had an opportunity at the Irish Open in County Down over the course of the summer to discuss how that could be improved on in terms of how that was profiling through advertising, through slots on TV, in among the play, advertising tourism opportunities and the tourism benefits of visiting here. So I have no doubt that that work is continuing, learning the lessons from the Irish Open, building on that, building on the experience of the last Open in Portrush, and making sure that this is a much better experience and we get much more benefit from it. But I'm very happy to continue to meet and continue to encourage and support to make sure that we have the best possible competition, but also we get the maximum benefit in terms of tourism return from it.
Dr. Steve Beggan.
Number 2, please.
Electricity interconnectors are an important tool in delivering the Energy Strategy and the Climate Change Act targets. They act to improve security of electricity supplies and allow us to export and import electricity when our system requires it. The Kilroot Scotland project will also require a licence approval from the utility regulator for the proportion of the interconnector here. However, my department has no role in the utility regulator or Ofgem's approval process and must remain impartial. The utility regulator's decision is expected this year. My department is carrying out further research on interconnection and energy storage, and this will improve our understanding of the overall benefits.
May I thank the Minister, and may I thank the Minister for his remarks. The Minister will be aware that there is a new interconnector that has been given approval by Ofgem, and the importance of that interconnector is to the whole island energy market and energy system. However, there are real concerns are being expressed about whether that's going to be delivered in time because of the length of time it's taking for your department to get out its energy strategy. Is there anything to do that the department could do to speed this process up so we don't lose this great opportunity for improving energy security supply, not just to Northern Ireland, but across all of our islands?
Minister.
Well, I assure him that we are moving as fast a pace as we can. We recognise that security of energy supply and our focus on having an energy supply which isn't reliant on fossil fuels is critical for not just for our CO2 targets and carbon reduction targets, but also for the security of supply for our businesses and our homes right across the island. And so we are working at pace to make sure that all that we need to do in the department and working with other departments as well, and there's a lot of cross-departmental collaboration on this, is in place as effectively as soon as it can be in order to assist this process. So we will continue, and if I'm aware of any hold-ups in the department in relation to that, I'm very happy to address those and to look into them. But I can assure him that our intent on all of these issues is to move with all haste that we can, because we know if we're going to meet the targets that we've set ourselves, if we're going to provide that security of supply and security of cost, then we need to move at pace right across all of these areas.
Recently had the opportunity to visit a tidal research facility in Strangford Lough to see the benefits of tidal energy here in Northern Ireland. So I'd like to ask the Minister for his assessment of what conversations the Minister has had with his Scottish counterpart concerning the potential investment in hydropower and tidal energy.
Not really connected.
Well, we did have conversations in relation to all of the renewable sources, and tidal was in with Ryan when he was the Minister. He'll no longer be the Minister in relation to that. So I'm very happy to pick that up with the incoming Minister. I have to say, in the areas that we've been prioritising, tidal hasn't featured that strongly in relation to them. So we want to ensure things like wind, biomethane, geothermal, hydrogen, that we're pushing as fast as we can across all those areas. But renewables aren't going to come from one single source, so we have to examine all opportunities for them. And I'm content to go back to officials and see where the assessment is in relation to the tidal programme. But we have, as I say, been putting significant effort into those other sources.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, since the Northern Ireland market has become integrated with that of the Republic, many hard-pressed homeowners and businesses in Northern Ireland have seen a divergence from the lower power prices in the rest of the United Kingdom and a trend towards the higher prices in the Republic. Does the Minister believe that this project has the potential to undo some of that damage and deliver future savings for homeowners in Northern Ireland?
Well, interconnection, wherever it comes from, and of course there's a north-south interconnection and another one in the planning system, gives you more security of supply and also gives more opportunity for competitive prices. So that can come from any direction. Ultimately, if we want to get to security of supply and security of prices and certainty in relation to prices for our businesses and our industries, but also for our households, then that will be through renewables provided on this island. That's the fastest way we can get to that level of security and that level of certainty in terms of supply. So anything which contributes to that, I think, is a good thing.
Speaker. Minister, North Channel Wind has been developing a very significant offshore project. Recently there has been a pause put on it through the consultation as MOD has asked for it to be stopped because of submarine activity. Can you outline what you're doing to unleash this major project, because we are really struggling to meet our renewable targets?
Well, the MOD constitution response came in very late in the process. There was some, I think, perhaps in the region 9 months when there was no issue raised by them, and then when the project was about to move on, they suddenly came in with objections. I have raised that in Whitehall with British government ministers and asked them to expedite this matter with the MOD to make sure that they don't become a barrier to what is very necessary in terms of our offshore renewables. But as I say, it came very late in the day. We have raised it over in London, and we have asked for an explanation in relation to that and for this matter to be expedited and resolved quickly.
Mr.
Speaker.
Minister.
DFC took the lead on fuel poverty strategy. However, actions which deliver change sit across government, and therefore we have collective responsibility to support those worst impacted by fuel poverty. My department has several areas of policy responsibility that can positively influence fuel poverty outcomes, most notably in relation to strategic energy policy. My officials engage regularly and are represented at a senior level both on the DFC Fuel Poverty Strategy Board and the Housing Supply Strategy Board. My officials also co-chair a residential housing coordination group relating to decarbonisation. At my most recent engagement with Minister Lyons on the housing supply strategy, these areas were referenced due to the many interdependencies that exist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, some 2 years ago, your predecessor, now the Communities Minister, indicated to me that the regulatory powers of the utility regulator would be reviewed under the energy supply strategy. So perhaps could you provide an update on that? And if the Speaker will indulge me, did any of your conversations centre around the extension of a warm homes discount to Northern Ireland?
Yes, I think, well, to answer the second question first, of course, we will look at that. There is a significant project being brought forward by the new incoming British government in relation to warm homes, and we will see whether I had correspondence recently and wrote back to the Minister responsible for that just to see where inner synergies could be met there. In relation to the utility regulator, I'm not aware that that commitment was given, but I'm very happy to go back and check with the department, and we'll respond in writing to the member.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, you mentioned the decarbonisation of homes, and it will go a long way to decarbonising Northern Ireland. What actions have you taken with the Minister for Communities to ensure that the fossil fuel, moving houses away from fossil fuel dependency is being taken?
As I said, we sit on the same. We have senior officials on that on this fuel poverty strategy, but also on the Housing Supply Strategy Board as well. And of course, we are encouraging that move away from fossil fuels. That's not just, I think, makes good economic sense, but it's actually it's going to be a key part of our targets in order to reduce carbon emissions. So we will continue to engage. I had a meeting with Minister Lyons on the Housing Supply Strategy where all these issues were raised, and we will continue to provide support, as we have been doing, through officials to make sure that the housing strategy reflects the need to move to renewable energies.
Philip McGuigan.
Minister, and obviously fuel poverty, one of the contributing factors is energy prices. Can I ask what the FE is doing to reduce energy costs?
Minister.
Well, my department, alongside the utility regulator and the Consumer Council, continue to work closely to ensure that energy is affordable for all customers. We meet with the price-controlled energy suppliers for natural gas and electricity to review tariffs on a quarterly basis, and this is part of the utility regulator's regulatory processes to ensure that what consumers pay reflects the cost of providing natural gas and electricity.
Minister, can I ask, just following through on the theme that we were exploring earlier there, can I ask just how you'll work with Minister Lyons, or indeed his officials, to develop any new energy efficiency scheme designed as part of the efforts, and how those should benefit all, or as many as possible as we can get to, including those in the private rented sector?
Well, as I said, we sit on a number of bodies jointly with DFC from our energy team in the department, so we give advice in relation to that. The energy strategy will also obviously inform the housing strategy from DFC, and the energy strategy will be very much focused on renewables and ensuring that we have security and stability in terms of energy prices as we focus on creating our own energy supply through our own renewables. So we will continue to work together, of course, and I think it's hugely important that we do that. But yes, in relation to private homes, as I say, we're obviously restricted in terms of what we do financially, even though we would like to do much more, but we have been keeping track of a significant intervention in terms of warm homes that's been developed in London and brought forward. And as I said, in response to a previous question, I've been in correspondence back and forth with the Minister responsible. So we will keep a close eye on that and what implications it might have for a much broader energy home strategy rather than just simply in the public housing sector.
Ross Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, question 4.
Mr.
Invest NI holds 126 acres of land across 4 business parks in East Derry constituency, with 2 sites located in Coleraine and 2 in Limavady. A total of 57 acres of this land remains available to support new investment, with the remainder having been sold and developed in support of business investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, given your own sub-regional economic plan and recommendations to send £45 million dedicated to kick-starting the economy in that area, what engagement have your department had with Invest NI to explore the use of that land across East Londonderry, in particular, and Causeway Coast and Glens?
Minister. I think the energy, sorry, I'm back on the last question. The land strategy that has been developed by Invest NI is going to be very significant in terms of supporting regional balance, because if we're going to try and encourage development and growth across all of the areas across the north, then we need to ensure that there's land available to do that. I met last week, I think, or the week before, certainly within the last fortnight, with Invest NI to talk about that strategy and how it will be rolled out across the north. And of course, Invest NI are recruiting the people with that land agency experience, and we'll be putting them into the regional offices to work with local areas such as Causeway Coast and Glen and people in the East Derry constituency to identify other land that may be available or may be useful or needed in relation to that, and make sure that that presence is on the ground and close to people on the ground, so we can get the best possible local economic advice. And of course, that's what the local economic partnerships I think will be turning their attention to as well, to ensure, as they promote economic development in each area, that there are the facilities there to encourage greater growth in the area.
Hunter.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, East Derry is crying out for this investment and job creation. Can you detail any targets that the sub-regional plan will set in relation to this specific region as a counterweight to Belfast?
Minister.
We have set an overall target of 65% of growth outside of Belfast area, and what the local economic partnerships will do then, if you like, is drill down region by region into how they see that economic growth being promoted, what the ambitions are for it, what targets are required, and of course Invest NI is reorientating its regional presence to make sure it works very closely with councils and others in each area to provide support to help people articulate the economic options and opportunities that exist for them, but also to ensure that they are supported in the pursuit of those economic opportunities in the time ahead.
Mr. Holyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's included a large section of my constituency in Lagan Valley within the Belfast area, and while its focus remains on sub-regional balance. But Lisburn currently has no or next to no Invest NI lands left to provide job opportunities for my constituents. So what is the Minister and his department doing to address this? And given our strategic location in the Belfast-Dublin economic corridor, surely we're the ideal location to help attract inward investment.
Linked to
the land strategy plan is not just looking simply outside of the Greater Belfast area, because we remain committed to growing the economy inside the Greater Belfast area. We just want to do more in order to try and address regional imbalance beyond that. So the land strategy will look at the location of strategic land. Of course, if we could get the Maze Long Kesh project up and developed and get the agreements necessary to get that moving, there is a ready-made land bank within your constituency to support that, which would support continued economic development. But I hope that that can happen sooner rather than later. But I'm very happy to engage with a member or have Invest's land team engage with him if there are issues in relation to land that he particularly wants to raise with them.
Peter Martin.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
It's vital that every young person in our society is supported to achieve and flourish. Improving support for young people with special educational needs is a priority in my department's business plan and the Executive Staff Programme for Government. My officials are scoping the existing skills and training provision, including through engaging with further and higher education institutions, experts and organisations such as MENCAP, Orchardville and the Now Group, and speaking to young people, their parents and teachers. My department, along with the Departments for Education, Health and Communities, have submitted a bid to the Interim Transformation Fund aimed at strengthening the skills and training provision and support for young people with special educational needs.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you'll be aware that Caleb's Cause is calling for post-19 SEN legislation to support these children. What level of confidence do you have that that might be delivered within this mandate?
Well, I think it will be challenging because it's complex and it crosses a number of departments, and we have only 2 years left of this mandate, so I have to be realistic. I have always said that if it requires regulation, then we should, or legislation, then we should move to legislate to make sure that this provision is protected. I think it's an injustice that people with special educational needs don't get the same level of support that people who progress through the education system that don't have those particular needs. So if that does require legislation, I think we should be committed to doing legislation, but I think what we should do in the remainder of this mandate is everything we can possibly do across a number of departments to make sure that we improve provision. That's what I've committed to, and thankfully with the Education, the Health and Communities departments, we have all committed together to work on with transformation funds if we can secure them to help us with that process. So I think we need to get on with doing the things that we can do immediately, and we need to look at where gaps remain in terms of making sure there are protections for young people, and if that requires legislation at some stage into the future, then I think that's what needs to be done.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, how will the Employment Rights Bill assist people with disabilities in work?
Well, the Employment Rights Bill, the consultation, as I say, sought views on enhancing flexible working rights. Flexible working is an agreed way of meeting the needs of an employer and an employee through alternative approaches to working. It can enable those with caring responsibilities, disabilities or long-term health needs to access and remain in the workforce. The consultation, which closed at the end of September, proposed enhancements to the existing rights to make flexible working requests by making them available from the first day of employment, allowing an employee to make 2 statutory requests in any 12-month period, and removing the requirement that the employee must explain as part of the statutory request what effect the change would have on the employer and how that might be dealt with. The responses obviously are being currently analysed, and I expect to be able to introduce a bill to the Assembly by January 2026 or earlier if there is scope to do so.
Bobby Butler.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his answer and work in this regard. Could the Minister outline, if we don't have time to do legislation or if legislation isn't possible, what substantive measures would be available to him, maybe working collaboratively with the Education Minister and Health Minister to affect and change the lives of those young people that are being well underserved at the moment?
Well, that is our ambition. As I say, I recognise, I'm sure all of us in our own constituency duties have represented people who have fallen off the edge of this system and no longer get support post-19. And I have committed to trying to address that within my department because we have responsibility for further and higher education and skills, but that overlaps into a range of other departments. So we have jointly bid for transformation funding to assist the 4 departments to try and work on this collaboratively together. If that is successful, hopefully it is, I think that gives us a significant impetus, but even if it's not, we are committed to work on this issue to try and improve, to make sure that in areas of access to skills, access to careers advice, access to support, that we are doing all in our part to make sure we change that approach that has been for far too long in not giving the proper levels of support to young people who have special educational needs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers on this issue so far. You used the phrase that the situation for these young people is an injustice. So given the seriousness of that, what reassurance can you give parents of young people with special educational needs that by the end of this mandate, whether that be legislation or whether that be better systems in place, that there will be tangible change that they will be able to identify?
Minister. Well, that is my clear intention, and as I said, it is injustice that this particular nettle hasn't been grasped before in the way that it's currently been grasped, and I was very pleased to be able to do that in the position that I'm now in, and to work with other departments who share that commitment for trying to address this issue. So I do expect to see tangible changes to the approach that has been taken up to this date. I hope we see them very soon, and we will do them as quickly as we can. And that's my commitment. And as I say, I just think in the remainder left of the mandate, and given the complexity of legislative requirements that might be, which we haven't yet fully scoped out, then it's unlikely, and there's no point in actually building up hope to people to say this will be done in this mandate. But I do think if we identify that legislation is needed to secure protections, then that is something that should be legislated for in the next mandate.
John Buckley. Minister.
Cancora, with your permission, I'll take questions 7 and 8 together. The budget contained a range of announcements that affect local businesses in a variety of ways, depending on the characteristics of each individual business, including its size, location, which sector it operates in, and how it chooses to manage the new arrangements. The rise in wages for our lowest paid workers is to be welcomed, but it has not been offset by a reduction in other costs. Indeed, it has been introduced in parallel with increasing employer national insurance contributions, which will put many businesses under more strain given the rising cost of doing businesses. There are measures in the autumn statement that present opportunities for local business, for example, unpausing of the growth deals, supporting key sectors such as life and health sciences, creative industries and aerospace, as well as key elements of the economic plan such as innovation and R&D and decarbonisation. But there are also very challenging elements of that, and it will take time to understand and engage with businesses to see the full impact of that budget on them.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Labour's disastrous budget not only had a severe impact on farmers, but also on those business owners with the increase in national insurances, with many of them feeling that they're being taxed to the point of death now. So can I ask the Minister, the budget shows that the growth rates have slowed down as a result. It also shows record numbers of company insolvencies throughout the UK as a result of these half-baked policies. So can the Minister outline how many businesses in Northern Ireland have filed for company insolvency post-Labour budget?
Sir. Well, I don't have that information at hand, but I'm very happy to correspond with the member to provide, if there is information that up to date in relation to that, and if that information reaches or attributes the causation of somebody's insolvency back to the budget position and how that has left them. I have to say I do support the idea of giving poorly paid workers more wages, but I think the government should have offset that by taking actions in relation to cost of living and cost of energy measures which are impacting on businesses as well. But I am happy to see if there are figures which the member has mentioned, and I will provide them if they are available.
Gurmiaga Can Collier, and as the Minister will already know, I come from a constituency that relies heavily on the hospitality sector. Can the Minister outline the impact of the British Government's budget on the hospitality sector?
Minister.
Well, as I said, the full impact will take time to become clear, but and I have acknowledged the benefits to workers from increases in national minimum and living wages, but there are challenges, in particular in relation to cost of energy. Where particular concerns are raised by the hospitality sector in relation to the budget and their ongoing work to engage with executive departments on relevant issues. Myself and my officials will continue to engage with local business stakeholders, including those in the hospitality sector, to understand the full detail of the budgets in the context of my own economic plans.
Moving to topical questions, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, were you aware that the utility regulator's decision to allow NI networks to increase the cost of connecting new build development by 123% next year? What impact do you think that will have in the building sector?
Well, the utility regulator and anyone else have to make sure that whatever costs they agree can be raised, or whatever position they take in relation to costs, that they're done so in a way which is sustainable and has an evidence base to support that. So I look forward to engaging with the utility regulator on a range of these matters. As I said, we want to improve connectivity, we want to improve the ability for renewables to come onto the system, and that's going to be a key function between our department and the utility regulator. So we will continue to engage across all of these issues to make sure that we're satisfied with how things have been done.
Both the heads of the Construction Employers Federation and indeed the Northern Ireland Federation of Housing Associations have said consistently and unquestionably that we are currently in a housing crisis. If this rise is not addressed, we are putting a handbrake on the building sector that we so desperately need for our economy. What steps have you taken to ensure that that does not happen, and have you spoken to the Infrastructure Minister about the impact of NI Water is having on the construction industry?
Minister.
Well, it's very clear from the challenges we have in making sure that projects get moving, the impact of 10 or 12 years of austerity budgets, and particularly that impact in terms of Northern Ireland Water and the work that it needs to do to ensure that land is okay for development and is fit for development. So, of course, the Minister for Infrastructure will continue to bid to get more support to be able to do that work. And I have to say, executive colleagues recognise that that is a very serious handbrake, as you say, in relation to development. So I think it's incumbent on all of us across the executive to try and work collectively to make sure that where development is possible and is sustainable and is good development in the interests of the people who live here, then that we make sure that all obstacles to that are removed as quickly as we can. But some of that requires resource, and that's the biggest challenge that we have.
Ryan Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the sub-regional plan was recently launched by the Department with provision for the creation of new local economic partnerships across council areas. Could I ask the Minister, given that local councils are being requested to administer the LEPs and create action plans, if he intends to provide finance to cover costs associated with their administration to councils? Thank you.
Well, we are currently in dialogue with councils and to ensure that these plans are worked through, understood clearly by everybody. Whatever measures are needed to make sure that they can function are there, and that we do so at pace, because we want to see these local economic partnerships up and running by the new financial year. So we will continue to work with councils. We have a very good engagement with them, and of course they know that we have proposed a fund to be provided to support the local economic partnerships as well, and to assist them in the work that we intend them to do. And of course then we will have support through Invest NI and its officials, the department officials working more closely with councils in those areas to give advice and support, and to ensure that there is capacity within councils to deliver economic plans as well, because some councils are much more advanced than others, so there is capacity needed to be increased in certain council areas. But we will continue to do that over the coming months to make sure that we can get the partnerships off to a good start.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Minister. Given that departmental guidance on memberships of LEPs appears to mirror current labour market partnerships, does the Minister envisage significant duplication, and would he encourage LMPs to realign their function to avoid that?
Sure. Thank you. Well, we've been quite relaxed in terms of how councils and local partners come together in relation to this. The only thing we have specified that it has to be a genuine partnership. But of course, you're right that the LMPs have very similar functions in that. If councils wish to have some kind of arrangement between those bodies and work more closely with them, or indeed look at the membership across both, then we're very happy to allow local councils the flexibility to work in that way. As I say, our only stipulation is that these have to be genuine partnerships. We recognise there are many bodies at work in very many local areas that have the ideas of economic growth as part of their remit. What we want to make sure is that people all pull together, that they develop their economic plans, that they get the support from Invest NI and from the Department for the Economy to do that, and that we improve that local voice and that local decision making in relation to economic development.
Kelly Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, to ask you about carers now, I was wondering if you could give us your assessment of Carers NI's research showing that a statutory right to paid carers leave and flexible working could generate an additional 100 to 190 million in tax receipts in Northern Ireland every year.
Yeah, I'm aware, of course, that carers continue to press the right in relation to that, and I've said that I would, as part of our Good Jobs Bill that we're consulting on, quite a lot relates to carers and the rights that carers have, and I would like to see a situation where we have people entitled to paid carers leave. That is going to be a matter for an executive. It's not a matter in my gift alone. It's going to be a matter for an executive to take, and obviously we would sincerely hope by the time we get to legislate for that the financial position has improved, and we will continue obviously through the Finance Minister press the British Government for a settlement and a financial settlement and arrangement that actually supports the provision of public service and does support the rights of carers and other people to access paid leave.
Ms Armstrong.
Very much, Minister. I'm glad to hear that the Good Jobs Bill consultation does include that consideration for the paid carers leave. Will there be any guidance for employers on who a carer is?
Sure. I think if the definition of carer is a question then that we find that is not been fully understood, yes, I'm very happy to ensure that the consultation, I'm sure that is reflected in the consultation responses, and there have been a very significant number of those that are being currently analysed over the course of the autumn. We intend, as I said, to move over the course of next year to drafting legislation. There will be an opportunity again to look at that, and of course then legislation will have its passage through the Assembly, when again there will be an opportunity for scrutiny, amendments and other arguments and debates in relation to that. So there is quite some way to go in relation to this, and if we find that there are issues which are not being addressed, there will be opportunities to revisit that in the time ahead.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister what steps he is taking to promote a career in trades for young people?
Yes, we're working on careers advice to make sure that we support young people to have all of that advice in relation to trades that they seek. Careers advice has not been consistent or coherent across the entire of the schools network. And so we want to ensure that is the case. We want to ensure that we have more apprenticeship opportunities for young people, but of course that all requires resource, and we're struggling to get more done in that area, as much done as we would like to do in relation to that. But we are working with the Department of Education on a joint programme to make sure there's consistent careers advice. We're working on creating a careers portal so that parents themselves can have access to that advice, and that we ensure that young people have the full range of opportunities offered them. And we also provide for those in work who want to upskill and move on to new opportunities, regardless of what age they might be.
Thank the Minister for his response. The Minister would, I'm sure, agree with me that there is a scarcity of trades personnel, and therefore a need for young tradespeople becoming into the system.
Minister. Yeah, I think we are. In some colleges we're struggling for people who have that teaching capacity, but we are continuing to work at that and to provide more flexibility for the colleges in terms of how they recruit people, to try and ensure that we have sufficient trainers for young people, and that we do. There are huge opportunities for young people who get trades and skills, significant opportunities to stay here, to work here, to grow businesses here if that's what they choose to do, but to settle here and rear families here. There are very significant opportunities, and we want to try and encourage as much of that. And if there is occasionally a deficit on the provision side in terms of staff, then we will work closely with the colleges to try and correct that.
Stephen Dunn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline how he intends to address poor levels of job creation from inward investment within the Origin North Down Council area?
Well, we are content, as I said, to work. We have set targets for outside of the Greater Belfast area, but we continue to want to see growth inside that Greater Belfast area, and we will continue to support economic development there. If there are specific areas within his own constituency or within his own council area that he wishes to discuss with Invest, or indeed with the department in relation to their approach, I'm very happy to do that. But we want to see growth right across the region. We recognise in order to address regional imbalance we need to put more effort in to outside of the Greater Belfast area, but that does not mean that we won't be putting effort into the Greater Belfast area itself.
Speaker, thank the Minister for the answer. And figures acquired from your department show that there have been no new jobs created within the Origin North Down Council area from foreign investment since 2020. Does the Minister think this is acceptable, and can he explain to my constituents in North Down why his department's new sub-regional economic plan includes a commitment to move investment outside of the Belfast metropolitan area, which includes my own constituency, despite figures showing it already isn't receiving the benefit of Invest NI's work?
Minister. Well, it doesn't include that commitment to move investment outside of Belfast. It includes a commitment to grow more at a higher level outside of Belfast. It's not about moving anything anywhere. It's to try and grow and encourage more growth. And of course, there is, and many headlines have been about foreign direct investment, what jobs it created. I would also like to see businesses who are resident and are indigenous to the North Down area growing, giving them opportunities to grow their businesses, to increase their employment, to attract more people, as well as if foreign direct investment is available. Of course, that's still an important part of our economic prospectus. But we will continue to work with North Down and with Greater Belfast. We will encourage more growth and do more outside of that to try and address regional imbalance issues, as the Executive's programme for government has committed us to do. But that does not mean that we will abandon any area or leave any area behind.
Timothy Gasson.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, given your role and the role of your department in regard to the economy, can you tell us where Intertrade UK will be based, what its annual budget will be, and what staff complement will support it?
Mr. Intertrade UK will be based in Whitehall, is my understanding. It is creation of the British government, and they will have responsibility for it. So there is no responsibility lies on this side of the Irish Sea in relation to creating it, finding personnel for it, or its staffing costs. It is entirely a creation of the British government, and we locate it in Whitehall.
Mr. Gosson.
Minister, you previously told me that the budget for Intertrade Ireland had ballooned by more than 1.8 million since the introduction of the protocol, and that 3 additional staff have been taken on. Based on your previous response, when will you become a minister that's in charge of all his department and not one just interested in his all-Ireland agenda?
Minister. Well, I agree that we should be given more powers, and if he wishes to take more powers from the British government, I'm very happy to have his support in relation to that. That's been an ambition of ours for some time. But in this instance, Intertrade UK is not within my responsibility, so my responsibility does involve Intertrade Ireland and encouraging all-Ireland economic growth, which has been growing at a significant rate over the last number of years, and which obviously has the opportunity, given the protocol arrangements, to grow even further on the island, to the benefit of all the people of every constituency who live across the island. But I don't have responsibility for Intertrade UK, but I am very much up for a discussion on this Assembly taking powers back from the British government and exercising them on behalf of our people.
Thank you. Minister, what will the Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill do to strengthen trade unions and enhance and secure workers' rights?
Well, one of the themes, if you like, or 4 themes in relation to the consultation, one of that is representation and voice, and that's to ensure that that people do have the right to organise in trade unions, that they do have the right to representation, that those rights become enshrined. In many ways, that they have been retreated from by the British government over the last 14 years. Thankfully, some of that hasn't happened here, so we aren't in as bad a position as they are in Britain. But we want to do sure that employees have the right to representation, have the right to organise themselves, and that we are obviously currently working through the consultation responses, and our intention is to go to draft legislation next year to reflect the outcome of that consultation.
Mr. McHugh. Minister, recent research from the Respected Work campaign at Queen's University suggests that union busting is rampant across the island of Ireland, with some 69% of workers surveyed reporting consistent anti-union behaviour from employers. Are you confident that the Good Jobs Employment Right legislation will prevent this type of anti-union activity here in the North and empower workers by securing their rights?
Minister. Well, we obviously go through the consultation responses as at the moment. That will in turn be put into draft legislation. There will be an opportunity for the Assembly then to process that legislation, to debate it, to amend it, to put it through committee stage and do all that. So we will ensure obviously that we continue to hear from those who wish to provide representation for workers over the course of the passage of the development of the legislation and the passing of the legislation in this House, to make sure that we give the strongest possible voice to workers.
Move to questions to the Education Minister. Call Kate Nicholl.
Please.
Minister.
Confirm that the introduction of an early learning framework covering this age group is being considered as part of the work to develop a draft early learning and childcare strategy. Such a framework would take account of relevant existing guidance within programmes such as Sure Start and the Preschool Education Programme, the Department of Health's minimum standards and international best practice. The developmental programme for 2 to 3 year olds within the Sure Start programme already has a framework in place to promote effective learning through ongoing evaluation of the holistic progress of children's physical, personal, social and emotional development, as well as their language, communication and thinking skills. All preschool settings participating in the preschool education programme are required to adhere to the curricular guidance for preschool education. This sets out 6 areas of learning which children at this age and stage of development should experience through play and other relevant activities. Staff use this framework to plan, review and develop their provision tailored to meet each child's needs. The preschool guidance also links to the foundation stage curriculum, ensuring children experience a high-quality, joined-up educational experience. While it's widely accepted that early years provision in Northern Ireland is of a high standard, members of my department's Stakeholder Engagement Forum, set up to inform the development of the early learning and childcare strategy, have indicated that the introduction of an early years developmental framework has the potential to provide a useful benchmark for all providers and ensure greater consistency. They have confirmed their willingness to be involved in further scoping and assist in the co-design of such a framework if required. Their involvement is essential to ensuring the consideration of options is evidenced, informed, and any recommendations are deliverable. I plan to bring forward a draft strategy for executive consideration and public consultation by autumn of 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for such a positive response. That's really wonderful to hear. Can I ask what body would be responsible then for developing the framework? Would it be SEA or a separate body for that? And really good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member who I know has championed these issues for a period of time, and I thank her for that. It'll be my department that's bringing forward the work around this strategy. That's the detailed work that we're engaging on, and we're going to be pulling together all the various strands to allow us to take that forward. So I'll be leading on this, but obviously it is an executive priority. It is a flagship project. The funding for that sits not in my department, but I obviously draw that down subject to bringing forward all of the appropriate plans, and that's why it's important that all of our parties support this important work and make sure that the resource is going to be there for what I believe will be a very ambitious, comprehensive strategy whenever I bring it forward.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, to break the cycles of poverty, inequality and poor educational outcomes, research evidence from education, health, justice and economic experts all point to the importance of comprehensive early intervention. Does the Minister therefore accept that it's imperative that his department initiates the development of universal 0 to 3 learning framework within the timeline of this executive as a matter of priority that includes an accommodation and a strategy around month of birth and associated developmental timelines impacted?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The executive has moved at pace to take forward the initial schemes that we have stood up. That's why the priority was on the childcare subsidy scheme that is delivering £1 million every month, drawing down then the tax-free allowance that we get from Westminster as the component part that we have built that scheme around. And we've also stepped in to provide support for those very early years that the members referred to, organisations like Sure Start that do incredible work. We have provided a significant uplift, we've stabilised the services, we've expanded into areas that were temporary and made them permanent. That's a demonstration of us as an executive making sure that we're standing by our young people. But I very much want to do a lot more than what we've been able to do. That's why this comprehensive strategy, including the areas the members touched upon, will be drawn out as we develop that, and then we need to put the resource into it to make that difference in those young people's lives.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, do you have any plans to review the criteria for Sure Start provision? Because typically now it's used via postcode. We have a situation in our constituency where a couple of £1 million houses qualify for Sure Start provision, yet pockets, of people who are maybe receiving benefits don't.
Well, this is a scheme that I'd love to see developed in more places than what they already are. The identification of need is based upon the multiple index in terms of deprivation and so on, so there's a very sound evidence base as to where these schemes should operate. But would I like to have them extended into other parts of Northern Ireland? Yes, I would. I very much would like to do that, but that, like everything, is subject to the resources that we have to be able to back that up.
Colin Crawford.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Maintenance of the external fabric of buildings is generally a landlord maintenance item under the common funding scheme for the local management of schools, and as such is typically funded from the resource maintenance budget. Larger schemes which upgrade, replace or alter the building or infrastructure would be funded from the capital minor works budget. Against a very challenging budget position, the Department's priority for maintenance and capital investment is keeping schools open, pupils safe and providing additional specialist places for rapidly increasing numbers of children with special educational needs. Unfortunately, that means that many works to the external fabric of a school building or within the curtilage of a school site which are not essential to meeting health and safety obligations, disability access, fire safety requirements or for safeguarding purposes are not currently being progressed. The bottom line in this is that I can only do so much with the budget that is made available to me. Children across Northern Ireland have the right to be educated in schools which are comfortable and safe. They're of good quality and are properly designed and resourced to support their learning. This will require a significant step change in the level of capital investment by the Executive and an increase in the resource budget allocated to maintenance, and I can assure the members that I'll continue to make a strong case for increased and sustained development in our education system.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, can I ask what measures are in place to ensure that allocated funds for maintenance are used effectively and transparently?
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the use of funds, for example, minor work schemes, the Education Authority is operationally responsible for that, so they need to ensure that there's the efficient use of taxpayers' funding to do that. They have a procurement process that is supposed to achieve those desired outcomes. When it comes to major capital and school enhancement programmes, that's something that the Department will take forward, and again we are guided by all of the various different regulations that exist in respect of that. But value for money is something which is important. How we procure from our suppliers is something which is important, and I know that members have brought to my attention their concern when it comes to very low spend, the bureaucratic process that schools have to take forward in terms of securing a painter or a piece of carpet being fitted or an electrician to fix a light bulb. They're all things that I think do require more flexibility when it comes to a very small level of funding, and that's something that I would hope to see the Education Authority take forward to provide that flexibility.
Mick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the opportunity with my colleague Danny Donnelly, who represents East Antrim, to visit Mourne High School, and I was shocked by the condition of the buildings that the children are being educated in. It's undoubtedly reached a state where it is impacting their ability to access the curriculum in a number of subjects. Would the Minister commit to visiting Mourne High School just to see the condition of the building, but also to meet with the Principal and the Board of Governors to discuss their hugely impressive progressive approach to SEN and post-16 provision?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I join with the Chair of the Committee in commending Mourne High School for the work that it does undertake. Like many schools, we are delivering excellence in facilities which are not excellent, and yet teachers and those who are involved in education are very much putting the children first in what they're trying to deliver, but they could do so much more in terms of the curriculum in those buildings which are fit for purpose. The Northern Ireland Audit Office highlighted the hundreds of millions of pounds that is needed into our education system in terms of our school estate. There has not been the funding over many years go into the school estate, and there is not sufficient funding this year. That is something that we require looking forward into future years when it comes to new bills, school enhancement programmes, ongoing minor work schemes for maintenance. There is a backlog of hundreds of millions of pounds. There is a programme of works between new bills, school enhancements and what we need for special education over the next 10 years that comes over or in the region of around £3 billion. So if we're serious about our school estate, we need to be serious when it comes to the allocation of fundings to the Department of Education.
Even done.
I appreciate the pressures on your budget, and I think the demands right across our school estates highlights the need for more investment within your budget from the Northern Ireland Executive. Can the Minister outline how a school can raise urgent maintenance issues within their schools?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. When it comes to then those urgent maintenance issues, because that regrettably is where the funding is now largely being spent, it is just on those urgent keeping schools open and safe, and indeed some principals have challenged me as to how safe some of the environments they're having to work in actually is, and what does it take to meet the criteria of being an urgent scheme to try and carry that work out. But when it comes to that, schools should be contacting the education authorities help desk. They are there to provide the support, particularly for what are deemed unavoidable minor work schemes. Again, it's the Education Authority for Controlled Schools that would need to take that forward, and then the Department's Estates Operation Team for all other schools. So we will support schools, we will help them. There is a backlog of cases there, but ultimately we need to have the resource, and the resource in a timely fashion. Receiving funding late in the financial year, which sometimes occurs within executive spend, you can't stand up a contractor to move in to carry out a significant refurbishment or extension or school enhancement programme late in the financial year. You can spend on some capital equipment, but if we're going to have sustained investment on contractual work schemes, it needs to be provided at the start of that financial year. That's why the ask that I'll be making within the executive will be significant for the next financial year.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've no such plans. My department is not responsible for the administration or operation of post-primary transfer tests. The Schools Entrance Assessment Group, known as CIAG, that company, formally established in February of 2022, oversees a single common entrance assessment. Participation in the assessments is entirely a matter of parental choice. Transfer tests have never been compulsory for any school nor pupil, but they provide an opportunity for pupils to gain a place at a selective post-primary school of their choosing based on the school's admissions criteria.
Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you've talked many times in this chamber about your ambition to tackle educational underachievement amongst working-class Protestant boys. Surely you recognise that the presence of a high-stakes, non-resit, unregulated transfer test in our system is exacerbating the inequalities faced by working-class young people, and today you should be committing to scrap it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a working-class Protestant boy who went through the transfer test that went to my secondary school, Laurel Hill Community College, one that I was incredibly proud to go to. My focus is on ensuring that all schools get the right support to ensure that whatever school you go to, you're getting the best possible education within those school settings. So that's making sure our curriculum is fit for purpose. That's why I'm carrying out a review. That means supporting our teachers in terms of professional learning and their development to make sure that they are empowered to deliver education for all of our young people. So that is what my focus is on. If the member can come forward with a solution that will garner consensus, not just in here, but across wider society when it comes to this issue, I am more than happy to engage with the member on this particular issue.
Question 4.
Sir.
I'm sorry to say that the position regarding the major capital project for Dean McGurk College has not changed since my last update in September, and the project remains on hold. As previously advised, I will continue to keep all those projects announced under the Major Capital Works programme in March 2022, which are currently on hold under review, but this will be very much dependent on securing significant additional and sustained capital funding.
Mr. McAleer.
I'm going to thank the Minister for his response. The Minister will be aware that the operational plan OP2 for the Dean McGurk School was to be published on Monday 9th September. Does he have any update on why it has not yet been published?
Mr. Speaker, if it's on the Education Authority's Operational Plan 2, if that is the question, currently that draft document has been provided to the Department of Education. It's being reviewed within the various different business areas in the department. It hasn't yet came to me as Minister in terms of a submission for me to consider. So that is something that is being worked through. I would hope to be able to make progress, but that is on the general operational plan that they spoke about. When it comes to the enrolment issue that I know the member has campaigned on, and the school is very fortunate to have him championing their cause, because he is dogged in terms of trying to pursue this issue. That is something that I know the managing authority in the meeting that we had is to take forward. That would lead it into a development proposal, and of course DPs then come ultimately to me as Minister to take a final decision on. But that is something that the managing authority are taking forward, and I would hope that that will come through to the department to allow me to take a decision on it. We continue to provide those temporary variations to meet the enrolment needs, but there's very clearly clearly a challenge in terms of what is officially the enrolment for the school and what the reality is, and I certainly would like to get to a place where we can regularise that particular issue.
From which schools announced under the Major Capital Works programme in March 2022 that he referred to have now progressed in planning?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I very much would have wished to have taken forward all those schools on that particular list, but earlier I highlighted the very serious capital resources that would be needed to not the millions but the billions of pounds. But I did allow 7 projects to move forward when I came into office. That has allowed the various integrated consultant teams to be procured for these projects, and appointments of those teams are anticipated to be made in early 2025. Of those 7 that were on that list, that was Carrickfergus Academy, Dromore High School, Edmund Rice College, Loretto College, Coleraine, Malone Integrated College, Mercy College and Portadown College.
Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Question 5.
2012, a total of 103 projects have been announced under the Major Capital Works programme. A further 11 projects initially announced for funding from Fresh Start funding were transferred to the programme in 2024. The status of these projects are as follows. 38 projects are complete, 5 projects are currently on site, 18 projects are at the technical design and pre-tender stage. 7 of these are in the integrated supply team procurement phase and will be on site in the first quarter of 2025. Another of these projects will move to site following site acquisition. 9 projects are in the concept design stage. 1 project is at the preparation and brief stage. 14 projects are in strategic definition and pre-business case stage, and 22 projects are on hold, which includes the 21 projects from the 2022 announcement.
Mr. Durgan.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Would the Minister accept an invitation to visit the brilliant St Bridget's College in my own constituency to see for himself the urgent and desperate need for their scheme to progress? And can he outline the criteria that has been used to determine the sequence in which work at schools has commenced?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? St Bridget's College was one of 28 schools that were announced under the Major Capital Works programme in March of 2022. The schools were scored and ranked using the published Major Works Protocol, which examines the condition and suitability of the buildings, as well as other factors such as levels of deprivation. All school projects from the 2022 announcement were paused in April of 2023 by the then Permanent Secretary due to the extremely difficult budget position, and no planning had been started for these projects. The previous question, when I responded, I outlined how in February of this year I announced that 7 of the highest scoring schools from 2022's announcement would proceed to procurement of integrated consultancy teams. This will ensure a flow of projects into the early stages of development and design, and unfortunately St Bridget's College was not amongst those highest scoring projects. All 21 of those remaining projects from that 2022 announcement currently remain at that paused stage due to the difficult overall capital budget, which regrettably does not permit me to progress a further 21 new build post-primary schools. And for the House's benefit, on average it is projected that a post-primary school would cost in the region of £50 million per school. So I absolutely understand the frustration. I would love to see funding being made available that I can take forward all of these new schools, but there simply is not the funding there to do that. It would be wrong of me to give false hope that schools are going to get a new build anytime soon whenever there is not the funding available. There is a pipeline of work currently that would take decades to deliver. So in the interim, how do we support schools to make sure that their facilities are actually able to meet the needs and deliver around the curriculum? So I'm more than happy to engage with the member in terms of the particular school that he's highlighted to me, as I seek to engage with all members.
David Brooks.
And thank you to the Minister for his answer so far. In light of that answer, can I ask him what the impact is on the SEND projects that were announced in his April 2024 announcement?
Mr. Speaker, a very important question, because special educational needs has required significant investment of tens of millions of pounds to meet the need and the expected continued need in the years ahead. In April, I established a SEN capital programme for the development of school facilities to support children across Northern Ireland with special educational needs. The new SEN capital programme will deliver 8 new special schools over the next 10 years, new builds for a number of existing special schools, an extension and refurbishment programme for special schools accommodation, for specialist classes in mainstream school settings, as well as additional maintenance and equipment funding. Mr Speaker, the SEN capital programme will require around £1 billion of investment over the next 10 years. That's why we need to provide this department with the funding required to meet that need.
The Minister for his answer so far. I wonder if the Minister could provide an update on the future plans for the Dromore Central Primary School site.
Minister.
Well, currently the EA, who own the site, that is something that they are considering. As part of the work for special educational needs, EA have been scoping out the full school estate. They've been mapping where the need exists. And that, I think, has been part of the issue when it comes to the old Dromore Central Primary School site. But like the member, of which we share the same constituency, Dromore is a very important town within Lagan Valley. I very much want to make sure that buildings are being properly used, and that is an important site for the regeneration of Dromore Town Centre. It's important that EA conclude their work, identify whether or not there is a future for the school when it comes to educational need, and then we would be able to move on depending on what their position would be on that issue.
Minister for his answers so far. Minister, what strategies are in place to ensure that once projects are completed, that facilities are maintained properly and funded accordingly to prolong their lifespan? Thank you.
Well, Mr Speaker, unless there is the funding provided for those new schools, because they are new, they will require limited maintenance. But I think behind the question that the member rightly raises, when we make this investment of millions and millions of pounds, if you then don't maintain them, you then are going to actually cause harm to that level of investment that you've put in. And that is a real challenge when it comes to the financial needs. But at the moment, there is insufficient funding when it comes to basic maintenance. We are only at those urgent repairs, keeping schools open and safe. But there are many more minor work schemes and major capital builds and school enhancement programmes that we do need to take forward, but that is only subject to having the available resource.
Donnelly.
6, please.
Through the Teachers Negotiation Committee, the TNC, a joint pay group is operational and meetings have taken place with employers, sectoral support bodies and the recognised teaching trade unions, the NITC, to explain and update them on the current financial pressures in education and discuss the current pay claim from the NITC. The NITC pay claim is substantially higher than what was recommended by the United Kingdom Government and accepted by teachers in England. In line with the requirements of public sector pay policy, any proposals for a teacher's pay award must be affordable, and this is proving difficult to resolve given the pressures that are already faced within the education budget. The chair of the TNC management side has also written to the NITC formally requesting for a de-escalation and for the ballots for industrial action to be stood down. I will continue to do all I can to secure funding for an appropriate pay settlement for teachers.
Mr Donnelly.
Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answer so far. I will declare an interest here as my wife is a teacher, but I would like to ask the Minister if he'll be making a pay offer to deliver pay parity for teachers in Northern Ireland.
Well, Mr Speaker, I very much want to continue the excellent work that I was able to take forward when I came into post, which was delivering a double-digit % increase for teachers' pay. We also brought new graduates, from a starting salary of £23,000 to £30,000, bringing that into line with England. That has helped to make sure that our young people who graduate from our training colleges staying in Northern Ireland, and that's something that I want to continue to maintain. So I very much am committed in the spirit of cooperation and trying to get a successful outcome to these negotiations. It is something of which there are a number of bodies that form the management side. It is not something that is entirely led by me, but clearly my department has a key role, and I have an active position in terms of trying to get a resolution to this. So yes, I want to get a successful outcome. We are actively engaging with the unions. They had a meeting last week. That engagement will continue next week, and I want to get a positive outcome. Mr. Speaker, the project at Forge Integrated Primary School aims to provide a new build 14-classroom integrated primary school at the former Knockbreda High School site in Belfast. This was originally to be funded via the Fresh Start agreement, but as a result of the withdrawal of funding, it now sits within my department's executive-funded major capital works programme. Design of the new building is progressing, and discussions are ongoing with Belfast City Council and the Department of Infrastructure as part of the pre-application process for submission of a planning application. Once these actions are complete, the scheme will proceed to procurement and a contractor will be appointed subject to available funding.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for the update. I suppose, as a representative for South Belfast, I share the frustration of the leadership of the school that they've been working on this for 10 years, and I'm just wondering if you could give an outline of your anticipated, how long you anticipate before the school will actually be built. Thank you.
Well, I again understand the frustration in terms of the processes. It has taken a considerable amount of time for the planning process to work its way through, with the pre-application discussion having been submitted to Belfast City Council in 2020. The project is currently at what we refer to as REBA Stage 3, and the project's integrated consultant team is preparing for a planning submission to take place early next year. Should planning be approved, it's likely that work on site could commence in 2026. That's the earliest date, and again, I caveat it with all of these capital investments, it's subject to getting the appropriate funding.
Mr. O'Toole.
Declaring interest. I'm a parent at Forge Primary. As Paula Bradshaw says, it is deeply frustrating, not just to the leadership of the school, but the wider school community. Money was taken off Forge Primary that they were expected to get a new school. Now we have significant delays in terms of planning around the Department of Infrastructure. Can I ask that he speaks to his colleague, the Minister for Infrastructure, to finally resolve what is holding up the situation at the DFI site, to try and finally progress this, because parents and the wider school community are just at their wits' end in terms of the delay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand that frustration. It's often expressed to me by communities and those within the profession about the need, particularly whenever you have a hope that something is being achieved. And I know for those schools that were let down by the United Kingdom government when it came to the Fresh Start funding, they felt a sense of loss. I stepped in to provide that assurance that they still were going to be part of my capital works schemes. And I very much want to be able to deliver, not just for this school, but for all of the schools that require new builds and school enhancement programmes. As announced on the 17th of December of 2024, I have asked the Delivery and Implementation Group to report back to me by the end of December of this year, and this still remains the target.
Martin.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, in your view, how important is the work that this group is doing, especially with relevance to control schools and the support they receive in Northern Ireland?
Hugely important work. And that has been evidenced by a recent survey that the Education Authority has carried out of controlled schools, and its findings are damning. It's something that I want the Education Authority to extend to all schools to get feedback in terms of their views of the Education Authority. But the report from the controlled sector is one that would cause concern. That validates the recent independent review of education that highlighted that when it comes to EA, the managing authority role has always been a challenge, because EA also provides a wide range of services to all other schools. This results in a complicated system for school management, which are in particularly suboptimal for the controlled sector. So this is why we need to address the issue for the controlled sector, but it also, I believe, presents opportunities for all sectors to benefit from.
Moving to topical questions, Colcar Hunter.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, last week I met with a range of people, from parents of children with special educational needs to child carers and children who have experienced a bereavement. One ask that they all had was that they would love to see the creation of a child passport, which would include sensitive details, diagnosis or perhaps bereavement information. Is that something you and your department would consider implementing in this mandate?
Mr. Speaker, it's something that I'm more than happy to engage with the member on. I think underneath that question is the desire to make sure all of the appropriate information is available to provide the best possible services at the point in which people need it. So I think the sentiment expressed is one that I would share. How you would give effect to that is certainly something I would be happy to engage with the member on.
Thank you, Minister. I welcome your response. And then just off the back of that question about children who experience bereavement, one of the recent conversations we're having at Education Committee is how we can best support them. Minister, can you commit to a meeting with SIA in your capacity as Minister and have a conversation about reviewing bereavement policies to best support and serve our young people who have experienced heartbreaking grief?
Minister.
It's something that sadly happens, particularly for young people in our schools. Recently I engaged with Marie Curie and they provide excellent work when it comes to grief counselling in this area. I would commend the work that they do, and they carry out a programme in schools. And that's something that I certainly want to give my support to, because it is important that people who are going to see the young people at a point in which there is grief in their lives, that they are properly supported to be able to provide the best possible advice whenever that happens. So I absolutely agree with the member. It's important that we provide support in this area. Organisations like Marie Curie can do that, and of course when it comes to SIA, it's important that they would be providing the appropriate material to support schools in this area as well.
Clark.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I ask you if you could provide the House an update on the UK Education Ministers' Council, please?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question, because I was delighted to be able to host the United Kingdom Education Ministers' Council on Thursday of the 20th of November. And yes, it did happen at Laurel Hill Community College in Lisburn. And I hear Mrs. Dodge commending at a former teacher, but she didn't have the opportunity, though, to shape and mould me as a pupil.
Very fortunate.
Diane can't get the blame for how I've turned out. But it was a particularly good meeting because we were able to welcome the Right Honourable Bridget Phillipson MP, who is the Secretary of State for Education in our UK government. We also had the Cabinet Secretary for Wales, Lynn Neagle, who attended, and then officials from the four nations. So that meeting was a great opportunity. The theme was around teacher professional learning and teacher recruitment and retention, and I was delighted that we were able to also welcome representatives from our four initial teacher education institutions here in Northern Ireland. They gave a presentation on the range of courses that are available and how they're preparing students in those colleges to support the young people whenever they graduate as teachers.
Mr. Clark.
The Minister for outlining it wasn't Mrs. Dodd's fault and how you turned out, so I think that was very important to have that in the record. Minister, some of the issues that was discussed, clearly you've went into those, but was the school twinning across the rest of the UK, was that a topic at all, or was there any discussions around that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there were a number of themes that we did discuss, but the Secretary of State did take the opportunity to update us on the UK policy when it comes to international students, and that's something which is important for our universities here in Northern Ireland. But she also gave a commitment that the Labour government, and in her role, stood over the command paper safeguarding the union, and within that there were a number of commitments which she reiterated her support to delivering on, one of them being the establishment of a twinning programme between schools in Northern Ireland and Great Britain, and that would be overseen by the proposed United Kingdom's East-West Council. So I think that's a real opportunity, and I can confirm that my officials are working with officials in the Department of Education in England to take this forward. There are a number of potential benefits to the twinning programme between primary schools in Northern Ireland and Great Britain, and this would enable the diversity of the union to be experienced by a wider range of young people. It would build on our shared connections and demonstrate the value of Northern Ireland's integral place within the United Kingdom.
Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Will the Minister publish an action plan for the implementation of the end-to-end review of SEN provision?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? Work has been completed now on the end-to-end review. We are moving towards having a transformational delivery plan now in terms of what actions will be taken forward. That's something that I'm actively engaging with officials in my department because I want to be able to bring that delivery plan forward and have it published. But the work on the end-to-end review is now concluded.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. Will the action plan end the practice of treating SEN pupils as supernumerary for placements and ensure that children with statements are placed in school on an equal footing with their peers?
It'll cover a wide range of issues. It has taken some 19 months to carry out the review, to pull together all of the various aspects when it comes to special educational needs provision. The member has highlighted a number of issues which are important, but there is a multiplicity of areas that need to be addressed, and this is a very wide-ranging review that has taken place, and therefore the delivery plan for that needs to encapsulate it. But on the issues around, for example, supernumerary, I've already taken a view within the department, which is now being reflected, that when it comes to new builds, for example, you cannot build a new school based upon an enrolment figure which does not reflect those children who have statements of educational needs and regarding them as supernumerary. That would be to build a new school which does not actually meet the needs and provide the appropriate capacity for what the real world and actual world actually requires. So that approach is something which is already being taken forward by way of a change in my department.
Minister, we were talking earlier on about the projects to do with delivery to schools. What consideration have you given to the use of the National Wealth Fund, or indeed the increased use of financial transaction capital?
I know the Executive and the Finance Minister regularly challenges ministers to make greater use of the financial transaction scheme, for example. It depends, though, however, on the type of projects that you're taking forward. It is more suitable for housing associations, for example, to be able to take this forward because it doesn't sit directly when it comes to borrowing against a department's capital DAIL statement or for accounting purposes. So I am pleased that my colleague, though, Gordon Lyons, is going to be availing significantly of the financial transaction allowances that's open to the Executive, and I believe it will be the first time in quite a number of years where we will be drawing down the maximum allowable, and that will be to the benefit of primarily housing. But I am open to ways in which we can provide greater finance when it comes to the Department of Education, but that is somewhat curtailed when it comes to the way in which the accounting rules apply for borrowing purposes.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your remarks. Minister, maybe you might direct his officials to have some communication with particularly Manchester and the way Manchester is being innovative and looking at some of these new funding mechanisms and the rest of it. There may not be a direct equivalent, but I just wonder if the Minister would actually look to approach Manchester or best practice across the rest of the United Kingdom to see if there are opportunities, particularly, as you've said earlier on, the actual volume and amount of money we're going to have to spend to get the school estate back up to purpose.
Mr. Speaker, where I can identify ways and means to extract as much funding as I possibly can, I'd be more than happy to do that. So I will engage with officials as to what is the practice that's being deployed in other parts of the United Kingdom so that we can maximise that financial resource that is available to us. We are awaiting to see how this Labour government intend to invest in more significant capital projects. They have talked about, again, and dare I say it, the PFI type projects in the past, which I don't think worked particularly well when it came to value for money. But there were a number of schools in Northern Ireland that had been constructed through that PFI scheme. The first one is coming to the end of its life cycle and will be then moving in to the Department of Education for its ongoing maintenance. But that is something that I know the Labour government has talked about wanting to consider again, and that's something that we have a watching brief on.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, is there scope within your expected bill to extend the compulsory education to 18 to legislate for post-19 SEN to 25?
Well, I know this is a hugely important issue and one that members have raised before, and it cuts across a number of departments. When it comes to the age of 19, of which that is the compulsory age for education for young people with special educational needs, there is then a transition framework that takes place, engaging with the Department of Health and the Department for the Economy. And there is work being undertaken across those three departments to make sure that transition is working effectively, because there are concerns that it hasn't been. Again, I caution members that in wanting to deliver a solution, we need to make sure that that actually would achieve what some believe it would achieve in terms of mandating the Department of Education up to the age of 25. If there is not the resources, if there is not the movement of the responsibility then from health, from the Department for the Economy, then the Department of Education will not be able to meet the needs of young people in a post-19 scenario. So it's something that requires careful consideration. It is not as simple as just saying, make a legal requirement and place it in the Department of Education, and that will fix the issue.
Ms. Hilden.
I appreciate that, but given your colleague in government's response in relation to getting such legislation through this mandate is unlikely, would you commit to working with the Minister for the Economy so that we could actually maybe use your bill as a vehicle to get this through finally?
Minister.
I just want to make sure that the processes are working, and I know, the campaign that Alma has led. She's a constituent of mine. I've been with her. I've talked through these issues, and many colleagues here have been part of that campaign, and rightly so in terms of making the campaign, because Caleb's cause is a just cause, but it's how we give effect to it. And I think it would be wrong to suggest that the solution lies solely then within the Department of Education and a legal requirement up to the age of 25 placed on DE. But how do we make sure that the process works effectively? That is a responsibility for three departments: health, economy and education. And I very much want to work with my colleagues, and in my engagement with Minister Murphy and Minister Nesbitt, they share exactly the same desires that I do. But this has to show that actually government collaboration does actually work.
Jan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, I just want to put on the record how incredibly proud I am of my time in Laurel Hill and all the pupils that went through that school. It was truly a child-centred school, and that's really important for education. Could you give us an update on the budget?
You, Mr. Speaker, and again I thank the member for her contribution over the years at Laurel Hill. I know it was very much appreciated by the many pupils that she had in her care. In terms of the budget positions that we currently have, the department submitted in the October monitoring round bids of £189 million for Resource Dale and nearly £89 million for Capital Dale, and then just over 560,000 for ring-fenced Dale. The outcome of the October monitoring, we bid for nearly 190. We received £170 million of general Resource Dale funding, but there was no allocation provided when it came to the capital bids that we had of nearly 89 million. We didn't receive anything for capital.
Ms. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Could you outline for the House the impact that will have on your negotiation for teacher pay settlements?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it obviously has left the department with just over a £20 million shortfall in terms of meeting the gap if you were to apply the 5.5%, which the English body has recommended and been accepted. But the teachers' pay claim is not for 5.5%, it's for 13.5%, and therefore it is simply impossible if members believe that this department can deliver a 13.5% pay rise this year. That is not achievable. So there are clear challenges when it comes to trying to bridge the gap in terms of the funding shortfall that we have to enable us even reaching the 5.5%. But I am engaging in good faith with the unions to try and get a successful resolution to this issue. But I think I've demonstrated the very clear financial challenges that I face in trying to meet that request.
A very brief question from Mr. Middleton.
Could the Minister outline when he anticipates the payment to EA support staff arising out of the pay and grading review?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this was another successfully negotiated resolution that ended industrial action, and rightly those support staff, some of our most underpaid, campaigned, and we achieved the pay and grading review. That has been a two-stage process. Improving the terms and conditions in the pay and grading review. That payment will be made in December before Christmas. That payment will be made backdating to the 1st of April, and then at the start of the next financial year, pro rata, there will be a £2,500 payment being made to all of those staff that were part of the business case that we took forward the pay and grading review, and it rightly reflects the valuable contribution that those people make within our education system.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. We now move to the homelessness debate, and I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to join political parties in supporting this motion. Homelessness remains one of the most urgent and growing issues of our generation. As we mark Homelessness Awareness Week, we must recognise that we are in the midst of a housing crisis. Over 58,000 individuals are officially homeless. That is 1 in every 33 people. Of this number, 1/3 of these are children, and families account for over half at 57%. These figures demand our immediate attention, because behind the numbers is a family torn apart, a child's education disrupted, and an individual's dignity eroded. Homelessness is not merely a lack of shelter, it is a profound social failure. Homelessness and the threat of homelessness remains the most prevalent casework issue in my constituency office, followed by domestic abuse. Indeed, the two issues often go hand in hand, as many victims find themselves alone and homeless, usually with their children. One of the reasons why she doesn't just leave. We do not do enough to support victims of domestic abuse. The community and voluntary sector, like Women's Aid, do what they can, and they do an incredible job, but it's really shocking that there is a waiting list for temporary accommodation in a women's shelter. Those who can live there for months, with too many children being raised there. While intended as a stopgap, temporary accommodation has seen a nearly 500% increase in costs over 5 years, with over 5,000 children living in precarious arrangements. We have all heard the stories of temporary accommodation being offered an hour and a half down the road, away from the children's school, away from health and social care, and away. And to get that health and social care in place was a struggle to begin with. It's not sustainable, and it's not good enough. This government is failing when figures and stories like this exist. And we know that homelessness affects all backgrounds. I'm particularly concerned about the number of older people presenting to my office, having been told that after many years their private landlord is selling the property. Imagine being in your 80s and being told that your home is sold and you will have to find somewhere else. That's not easy for an elderly person, but particularly one who is alone and doesn't have families for support. And finding somewhere else is difficult, particularly on the North Coast, and I have talked at length for several years now about the impact of second home ownership on the North Coast. Staggering house prices and high rents are forcing long-term rentals away from the area, which is just not an option for people who need to be near their services and family. This has an obvious knock-on effect for demand for social housing and homelessness. And I don't know how we fix this. I remain unconvinced that increasing rates will have much of an impact, but ultimately we need more social and affordable homes. And I appreciate the challenge of building more homes. If the Minister of Communities had the money, the next hurdle would be planning and wastewater infrastructure, and then probably another hurdle after that, which is why we really do need a cross-departmental approach and commitment that ministers and governments will work together to address a growing crisis, and we need that action now. We are 10 months into a shortened mandate, yet while we all stand here united in support of addressing homelessness, it is really frustrating that realistically no tangible change is going to happen anytime soon, because we're not building more social and affordable homes, certainly not enough to maintain the current figures. On a positive note, Homeless Awareness Week we do have to acknowledge that the homelessness sector is doing great work, and I've already spoken on the tireless work of Women's Aid, but we should also recognise other organisations like the Simon Community who provide stability where sadly our government doesn't. And the role of organisation, it's often under a lot of pressure, it's highly emotional and quite draining. You know, everyone in this room will hear that from their staff when they're trying to help people. And it's the same old story. You know, we go from month to month hearing about these stories, saying this, and whilst we need to raise awareness on Homelessness Awareness Week, I think it's important that we really do take action, otherwise our words will be just in vain. Thank you, Ms Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Claire. I now call the Minister for Communities, who will respond to the debate, and Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by thanking the proposers of the motion for bringing the debate to the House today, and I want to thank all of those that took part and agree with much of what has been said. This motion is timely, and I look forward to making a number of announcements during my remarks to show my commitment to actually dealing with this issue. But first, I want to put on record my thanks to Homelessness Connect and each of the organisations across the sector for the work that they do each and every day to support some of the most needy in our society. The events taking place during Homelessness Awareness Week play a vital role in highlighting the reality of homelessness in Northern Ireland. And only through education, outreach and meaningful collaboration across executive departments will we be able to properly recognise the challenges and, importantly, start to address the stigma associated with homelessness. Now, as we are all aware, the theme for this year's week is Time for Change, and I could not agree more with that sentiment. I've said before that we must be radical in our approach to homelessness. We need to seek innovative solutions to problems, and we need to think of different ways to respond to need. I believe that everyone needs to have a secure and a safe place to call home. And I believe that that is the foundation of everything else. And I want to assure members of my personal commitment to making real and tangible progress. As we are all too aware, the reasons for homelessness are varied and complex. Societal issues such as poverty, as well as life experiences, mental or physical health issues or substance misuse, can all put people under considerable strain and lead to a breakdown in relationships or a house no longer being suitable. What is clear is that being homeless makes each of these issues harder to solve, and homelessness is often not just a housing issue. The Housing Executive have statutory responsibility for responding to homelessness and delivery of the Homelessness Strategy 22 to 27, Ending Homelessness Together. However, addressing the issues which contribute to homelessness is equally as important and, as I have said, takes a collective, whole-of-government and joined-up approach. I have repeatedly stated my ambition that homelessness should be rare, brief and non-recurrent, but that will only happen with increased support and engagement from other departments, particularly health and justice. The Complex Lives programme is an example of what can be achieved whenever we work together. Facilitated by Belfast City Council and led by a multidisciplinary team, the model takes a person-centred approach and addresses the main issue first. For example, if an addiction issue is at the root of homelessness, services work together to address that issue first. Ultimately then, homeless people living with mental health and addiction issues will be supported to maintain tenancies. While the trauma homelessness causes an individual is significant, it also ripples across our society. For example, the lack of adequate housing support to prevent homelessness means that we are left with no other option but to place people in expensive and all too often unsuitable temporary accommodation. And the increasing cost associated with providing temporary accommodation is preventing the strategic shift to investment in prevention activity. I have seen firsthand the positive impact that good housing has on the lives and well-being of individuals and families. And a good home is the foundation for everything else. A secure home improves educational achievement, health and job prospects. So that is why I intend to bring the housing supply strategy to the Executive in the coming days. And the new strategy will provide a long-term framework for the actions required to increase supply and address the main barriers to progress. It recognises that transforming housing supply will require not only a collective response from the Executive, but real collaboration that includes local government, community groups, the construction industry and financial bodies. And I will have a major announcement to make alongside this in the coming weeks. Increasing the range of affordable housing options is key to the prevention of homelessness, and I have already taken steps towards this goal. In May 2024, I launched a competition to find an operator to provide 300 intermediate rent homes in Northern Ireland, facilitating a new supply of good quality, more affordable housing for lower income households. And I look forward to announcing the outcome in the new year, and I will make every effort to get this started as soon as possible. As I have said, households have been trapped in the homelessness system for far too long. Now, it is no secret that the budget that my department and others received this year fell well short of what is required and placed significant constraints on our services. Despite this, I committed to holding homelessness funding at the 2023 to 2024 final budget position. I also provided an additional £4.8 million, a 6.4% increase in funding for the Supporting People programme above the 23-24 final EQIA budget position to help ensure the continued viability of that programme, and a budget of £80.7 million for this year. It should be acknowledged that this level of investment in the Supporting People programme not only helps vulnerable individuals to maintain their tenancies, but is also helping prevent additional demands on budgets elsewhere, especially in health and justice. However, I recognise that there is more for us to do. So, today I am delighted to make 3 significant announcements that will help us finally make some of these fundamental changes, laying the foundations for this important work. Firstly, following October monitoring, I am providing an additional £6.7 million for the Housing Executive to prevent the risk of homelessness service closures and ensure that its statutory obligations can continue to be met. Secondly, many of our homelessness service providers have been operating on a month-to-month funding model, which has created too much uncertainty for this critical work. That changes now. Today, I can announce that this funding will be confirmed until the end of the year. And finally, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce that for the financial year 2025-2026 and moving forward, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, for the first time ever, will have their own specific funding allocation for homelessness prevention. The voluntary and community sector deserves this clarity, and I am sure members today will welcome this positive step in the right direction. We have to make the strategic shift to the prevention of homelessness. That is what I have said for some time. That remains my ambition, and the proposals that I have outlined today show my commitment to that. However, our short-term focus must continue to be supporting those currently in crisis, because I have met many of them, and I know for a fact that our voluntary and community organisations across the homelessness sector make an invaluable and sometimes life-saving contribution to the lives of people across Northern Ireland. And I want to assure them that this work does not go unnoticed, even if it is not always publicly acknowledged. I share their sense of wanting to make things better, and that is what I am determined to do. I am encouraged by the positive contributions that have been shared today, and I believe that it demonstrates that we do all have a common purpose. Therefore, I am pleased to support this motion, and I look forward to working with my executive colleagues and our sectoral partners in a coordinated and an effective way, because this affects people. This affects their lives, this affects their futures, and it affects Northern Ireland as a whole. That's why we need coordinated action. That's why I have made the announcements that I have made today. But I recognise it is only the start. There is more to do, but I'm determined to get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I wish to call Kelly Armstrong to conclude and wind the debate on the motion, and just to advise you, Kelly, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And as I rise to conclude this debate today, I would like to thank the Minister for his contributions. Some very good news that I know that others outside this building will be delighted to hear. I hoped you were actually going to say that the funding for homeless prevention was guaranteed until the end of this mandate, but this year we'll take that one. We'll take that one. But Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start off by thanking Ciara Ferguson, MLA, who's the convener of the All-Party Group on Homelessness, for enabling this debate today and for ensuring that it had cross-party support before we came to the House. I think for others outside this place to hear that all of us are in agreement that homelessness is an issue that is stark. It is very hard to live with as a politician, because we all know people who have housing issues. But when you're faced with homelessness, it really does have a devastating impact across the person's life. So that's why today, as the start of Homelessness Awareness Week, it's so important we've had this debate in the Assembly. I'd like to thank Mark Bailey and all the guys at home, all the members actually of Homeless Connect, for their work, not just this week, but all year round. As the motion states, we do recognise the hard work of the organisations and individual members of staff working so hard to support people who are homeless, to try to prevent homelessness, and who have had some of the toughest frontline jobs that provide round-the-clock help and assistance for people who are in that homeless situation. I'd like to pay tribute to all of those frontline workers. Your work, while it has been disappointingly underfunded, but now we're hearing there's a bit of a glimmer of hope there, and the pay does not reflect your commitment and dedication. Your work is literally saving lives. Principal Deputy Speaker, over the last 12 months, 53 people have died homeless. 53 citizens from Northern Ireland have died while being homeless, and that is something that we don't want to happen again. We don't want to have huge numbers of people dying on our streets. In fact, over the summer period, I believe there was 4 or 5 people died in 1 week. That's a very difficult thing for us all to live with. 188 people died in 2023, 53 people in the last 12 months. I hope over this winter we don't see any more deaths, and it will be thanks to the preventative work that the Minister has talked about providing budget for, and for the organisations, some of whom may well be in the gallery today. It is up to them. They actually save lives by bringing people in off the streets, especially when the weather is so bad over winter. Just going to the debate today, thank you to all who have spoken. It is a cross-party support, so I'm glad there won't be a vote today. Ciara highlighted homelessness. People who are homeless are our neighbours and our families. She's highlighted the unfortunate amount that we spend on temporary accommodation, which is up to 34.5 million over 5 years. And she confirmed that ending homelessness is vital to addressing poverty, improving health and educational outcomes. Brian Kingston confirmed that the DUP are in support. He talked about how important it was to have housing in the programme for government. It is a cross-departmental issue. And he talked about learning from a housing executive officer how burnt out they were and that complex lives had reinvigorated them. I have to say, having met with a number of frontline workers, that burnout is something that is emotionally draining because they're so committed to helping those people who are homeless. Peter McReynolds, my colleague, had talked about how he was judged as a homeless person, and he just had a slight insight into how people who are homeless are considered on our streets. He talked about the cold and exhaustion, and I think we can all understand that when you don't have a roof over your head, just how debilitating that would be, not getting sleep night after night. Andy Allen, Andy's very good at all our homelessness issues. I'm glad to be on the committee with him, but he talked about homes being the foundation of our lives, and we need to have a properly funded homelessness strategy, and I think we'll all be behind the Minister looking for that as the time in this mandate goes forward. Mark Durgan broke my heart, I have to say, when he talked about children asking how Santa will find them, and that they ask this year as a place to call home. We all know, and Claire Sugden highlighted it, how many families and children are faced with homelessness without that security, and we have to do something to improve this. I will, Andy.
I'm not sure if the member joined WNIFA during the recent mobile billboard campaign, but would she recognise one of the statistics that they're highlighting on their mobile billboard campaign was, at the current rate, we will not tackle the housing waiting list till 2064?
Yes, absolutely right. And because of the amount of money that the Minister wasn't able to secure in the budget for capital build, and the ongoing millions that we are spending on temporary accommodation, we are holding back the necessity for new builds for social homes for people. You're absolutely right. Jerry Carroll talked about homelessness as a political choice. In my summation today, I want to read something out from the Simon community that confirms that. He also talked about his private members' bill. Looking forward to seeing that, Jerry. Claire Sugden talked about that homelessness is a profound social failure. You're absolutely right, Claire. You talked about the victims of domestic abuse and how many too many children being raised in temporary accommodation. And the Minister talked about the fact that this week's Homelessness Awareness Week is about a time for change. And I thank you, Minister, in bringing forward your announcements today. And just to reiterate those, so that all know that we're in support of this, 6.7 million for the Housing Executive to help them to meet their statutory objectives. The uncertainty regarding funding for those community organisations will end as the funding is confirmed, or their funding is confirmed until the end of the year. And in 25-26, the Housing Executive will have their own specific homelessness prevention budget. Yes, Minister.
The member's comments, but I just want to clarify that it's my intention that will not just be for 25-26, but moving forward, because I think we need to invest far more in homelessness prevention. We need to do the other things as well, but we need to do that now, and that needs to continue. And I want that to be not just this year, but every year moving forward.
Thank you, Minister. I was writing down like crazy to see if I could get all that down, because I was busy thinking of 100 questions to ask you. But today, just in summarising or coming to a close of this debate, thank you to all who have taken part. And I think the words of the Simon community, and I'm very grateful actually for the Simon Community Homeless Connect and others that have allowed me to meet with frontline workers and with people with lived experience. But the Simon community has said in their report, now is the time when we must commit to ending homelessness in Northern Ireland. And we can end it. We can end it by each of us playing our part. We can end homelessness by not ignoring it. I hope today that people outside of this chamber hear that we are committed, as all parties, as all MLAs in this place, to ending homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease until we change the top table, please.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on safe use of non-surgical cosmetic products and procedures. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the need for greater regulation in the use of aesthetic medicines in non-surgical cosmetic procedures. notes that Save Face, a register of accredited practitioners and clinics, received almost 3,000 complaints in 2022 regarding unregistered practitioners. Further recognises the potential risk to people if these products are not properly administered, supervised and stored, and calls on the Minister of Health to consider measures, including legislation, to ensure that these products are administered by appropriately trained practitioners.
Thank you. And I call Liz Kimmins to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
And we've brought this motion today in the hope that we can create a consensus on the urgent need for greater regulation of non-surgical cosmetic products and procedures in order to improve safeguarding of the health and well-being of our population, in particular of our young people. And as many members will be aware, there has been a significant rise in the number of people seeking aesthetic procedures such as, but not limited to, botulinum toxin, more commonly known as Botox, and dermal fillers in the last number of years. And there is no doubt there are huge pressures on society to look good, and this can largely be attributed to social media and the content that dominates our young people's social media platforms on a daily basis. And in the past, aesthetic treatments of this nature were generally seen to be something that celebrities and the more affluent in our society could access, particularly in the US. However, over time, the demand for these treatments has risen exponentially, giving way for more and more people to offer the services, with many at a much lower cost. And from the outset, I want to say that I have no issue with aesthetic procedures, and as a woman of a certain age, I fully appreciate that for many people this can help them feel good about how they look, which can go some way to boost confidence and self-esteem. And there are many highly trained practitioners who deliver an extremely safe service using only high-quality products in doing so. It's also important to recognise the important use of botulinum toxin and fillers for use in medical treatments, including but not exclusive to the treatment of chronic migraines and excessive sweating, often under the direction of a medical professional. So the genesis of this motion is therefore not to place a ban on these procedures, but to ensure proper regulation in order to mitigate against the risks of complications, particularly given the lack of regulation currently in place. Despite the clinical nature of these treatments and the very serious complications that can arise for various reasons, those providing treatments are not currently under any obligation to register with RQIA or any similar body. This is a shocking fact, and what is even more shocking is that at present there is no legislation in the North to protect young people under 18 from when accessing treatments, despite the very evident rise in teenagers getting lip fillers and other treatments. Anecdotally, practitioners have told us that children as young as 14 have attempted to access these treatments for purely cosmetic reasons, which is why I welcome the amendment from Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson, which further strengthens our objective to protect our young people from potential negative side effects of these procedures. As previously mentioned, more and more people are now offering these services, many at a relatively low cost, yet there are serious concerns regarding the level of training and expertise obtained to enable them to do so. And this is not a criticism of those who have undertaken training in good faith. They are not doing anything wrong under the current law. However, when things do go wrong, whether this is a reaction to the product or an error in the administration, they may not always be in a position to provide the necessary aftercare to their client, which can have many serious implications. Complications from maladministered injectable aesthetic treatments can range from bruising, skin drooping, to anaphylactic shock, permanent blindness, sepsis, or in some cases even death. And speaking to many advanced practitioners in the aesthetics industry, many of whom will have professional qualifications in nurse prescribing, pharmacy, dentistry or medicine, as well as having underwent much more advanced training in the aesthetics field, they have demonstrated from experience the importance of that clinical knowledge to ensure they can respond effectively and efficiently to complications when needed, which many practitioners without the same level and depth of training would not be able to do. In a recent case in England, 33-year-old Alice Webb, a mother of 5, passed away due to complications from a liquid Brazilian butt lift procedure. This is when dermal filler is placed in the buttock area. Speaking to advanced medical practitioners, this is known to be an extremely unsafe procedure, and there have been many public calls from industry leaders like Save Face to ban the use of liquid BBL procedures, which dates back to 2023. So it beggars belief that there is currently no legislation here to determine who can administer these products and procedures, and as the examples described have highlighted, there must be urgent regulations put in place. In England, the Botulinum Toxin and Cosmetic Fillers Children Act 2021 made it an offence for a person to administer botulinum toxin or a filler by way of objection for a cosmetic purpose to a person under 18 in England. And in April 2022, the Health and Care Act gave the British Secretary of State for Health and Social Care the power to introduce a licensing regime for non-surgical cosmetic procedures in England. Similarly, in the south of Ireland, following a recent documentary by RTE Investigates, which provided a covert insight into the scale of illicit practices happening across Ireland, particularly on a cross-border basis earlier this year, the former Taoiseach leader Leo Varadkar indicated that work was ongoing on strengthening regulation of the industry in the 26 counties, and this further emphasises the need for us to act accordingly here in the north. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I feel this is a crucial issue that we must get to grips with urgently in the interests of public safety. And it's not just about protecting people accessing treatments, but also to protect practitioners by making it an obligation to be properly trained and licensed by a relevant regulatory body. And I would therefore ask the Minister to develop options for essential regulation in this industry and to ensure the appropriate oversight and training is required for those administering these products. And I would ask members to support the motion.
Thank you. I call Alan Robinson to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I very much welcome that the proposers of the motion will be supporting our amendment today. When it comes to healthcare, no matter how minor the procedure may seem, safety must always come first. The lens in which any regulation should be looked through is about making this industry safer for patients. My party supports the need for greater regulation in the use of aesthetic medicines in non-surgical cosmetic procedures. The use of injectables like Botox, dermal fillers and other aesthetic treatments has surged in recent years, with people seeking to enhance their appearance in less invasive ways. However, the rapid growth of this sector has unfortunately come with significant risks. Regulation should ensure that providers are properly trained, that the products that are being administered are safe, that the levels in which they are being administered are within safe levels, and that those administering the products can be held accountable if things go wrong. And when these procedures go wrong, they are not easily reversed, and in most cases it is the NHS who is left to pick up the pieces. The British Association of Plastic Surgeons had estimated that for a botched butt lift it could cost the NHS $15,000 to intervene. It might be easy to administer these products, but when they go wrong, they are not easy to undo. This drive for perfection is being driven by online trends. I have a 10-year-old, along with her friends, who are all obsessed with their skin and with beauty shops who provide very expensive beauty products. When I was her age, I can remember girls at 10-year-old whose only obsession was with dolls and toys. But young people are growing up and see many online who talk openly about their use of Botox and fillers and are portrayed online as common beauty treatments. The social media area has a lot to answer for. It must be said that there are many professionals within the industry who would welcome regulation, as their high standard of good work is being undermined by individuals who have basic knowledge, limited training, and are providing cheap cosmetic products that can be brought online and even from the black market. Quite simply, there are some unqualified individuals who are providing poor and unsafe cosmetic practices that have lifelong and devastating consequences, that are not just physical in nature, but also inflicting a lifetime of psychological harm. Doctors, dentists and nurses have high standards to follow, but unqualified, non-trained individuals are free to carry out procedures that can be life-changing and on occasion not for the better. It does feel a little bit like the Wild West. Indeed, Save Face have said that 100% of failed treatments had been carried out by untrained and unskilled staff. Save Face also state that they have received a startling 5,000 complaints over the last 4 years, with 70% of those related to fillers. In October 2021, the Botulinum Toxin and Cosmetics Fillers Children Act 2021 came into force in England, making it illegal to administer Botox or a filler by way of injection for a cosmetic person to a person under the age of 18. But no such law exists here in the province. Under 18s here can have Botox and dermal fillers with no checks on their age. It is concerning that there is no legislation regarding non-surgical cosmetic treatments for those who are under 18, yet young people under 18 are banned from using or hiring or buying sunbeds. Those under 18 also cannot get a tattoo. There is a gap in regulation, and the Health Minister should move to introduce a mandatory registration scheme in the province so that local authorities can work in partnership with the Department for Health to protect public safety. New legislation would help enable environmental health teams to regulate this industry throughout the province. The consequences of improperly injected Botox or poorly stored dermal fillers can range from adverse reactions and infections to serious complications that require immediate medical intervention. This is not a scenario we want for anyone. It is therefore crucial that steps are taken to ensure that only those who are properly trained and qualified are allowed to administer these products. The Department must regulate the sector in a way that ensures patients can trust that the procedures will be carried out by professionals who meet the highest standards of safety and care, and that no one under 18 can access these treatments in these settings. And the Department must ensure that these products are stored and handled in a way that safeguards their effectiveness and reduces the risk of contamination or misuse. We can no longer have a situation in Northern Ireland where those carrying out treatments such as Botox and fillers are not required to be registered by the RQIA, and local authorities have no powers to refuse their registration. My party therefore calls upon the Minister of Health to review this lack of regulation, where a practitioner can inject a client with a substance without registration with the RQIA or local authority. A registration process would help those considering a cosmetic procedure to make an informed choice. In the meantime, I do call upon the Health Minister that its department increase awareness campaigns warning of the public health risks of using untrained individuals who use these cosmetic products. And I trust that the House will support our amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank both the Sinn Féin members for proposing this motion today and the DUP members for their amendment. We in Alliance are content to support both. In recent years, we have seen an increase in the use of aesthetic medicines in non-surgical cosmetic procedures, a result of new technologies and products in this field. This includes procedures such as botulinum toxin, more commonly known as Botox, anti-wrinkle injections, cosmetic fillers, chemical peels and energy-based treatments, all of which are growing in popularity. These provide a boost to the local economy, and they are important to small and medium-sized enterprises, which is especially important as the majority of business owners in this industry are female. According to the British Beauty Council, it is estimated that the cosmetics sector supported a total GDP contribution of £24.5 billion and tax contributions of £6.8 billion to the UK Treasury in 2022. But with new procedures come new responsibilities to ensure that any such procedures are safe for the public, and the Department of Health here has a responsibility to ensure this. In Westminster, the Health and Care Act 2022 gave the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care the power to introduce a licensing scheme for non-surgical cosmetic procedures in England. This would ensure that people who choose to undergo such a procedure know for certain that the treatment they receive is safe and of a high standard. Such a regulatory framework would be appropriate for Northern Ireland as well. In particular, a licensing scheme would ensure that those who offer specified procedures should be suitably trained, qualified, hold appropriate indemnity cover and operate to the highest standards of hygiene, cleanliness and infection control. The motion notes that the Save Face campaign had received almost 3,000 complaints in 2022 regarding unregistered practitioners. This further reiterates the need for a modern and comprehensive licensing framework. As mentioned, this has been legislated for in England earlier this year, and the Welsh Government launched a consultation on the mandatory licensing of special procedures in Wales. The Scottish Parliament has also held a similar debate recently. It's very concerning that unqualified and unsupervised individuals can handle Botox and dermal fillers with members of the public without oversight and insurance policies that we would expect from most other medical procedures. We must act to fill the void that exists in respect of the regulation of the medical aesthetics industry. I also welcome the amendment, and we will be supporting the call to make it illegal to administer botulinum toxin or filler to a person under the age of 18 in Northern Ireland. But it is important to clarify that there are legitimate medical reasons why someone may be injected with Botox. For example, as a treatment to help with hyperhidrosis or excessive sweating. This is an approved medical treatment which will be carried out by professionals in a professional setting. That is an important distinction which the amendment does acknowledge. It says that it should be illegal to administer such procedures by way of injection for a cosmetic purpose to a person under the age of 18 in Northern Ireland. Indeed, this motion and the amendment does raise another important aspect of this debate, the growing pressures of social media. Part of this relates to unethical advertising, with social media posts offering such treatments with little further details or presenting them in such a way as online raffles or other gambling advertising. This also connects to a concerning trend of social media encouraging unrealistic and unattainable beauty standards, for example, by way of the use of filtered images. This can have a significant impact on the physical and mental health of young people, and any regulation of the use of aesthetic medicines should consider the threats posed by social media in this respect. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you to Sinn Féin and the DUP members for bringing forward this debate to the House today. It is an important under-discussed issue, and we would like to encourage the Minister to act and introduce a legislative framework similar to the precedent we have seen to date in England. Thank you.
Much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a topical and timely debate, and I thank the proposers for bringing it forward. In recent years, there's been a rapid growth in the popularity, indeed perhaps even a greater normalisation of non-surgical cosmetic procedures. There are a number of reasons behind the spike in demand. Perhaps one of the biggest drivers is in the rising demand, alongside advancements in technologies and treatments, has been the rise of social media. People of all ages, and especially younger people, are now effectively carrying around a 24/7 infinite advertising display in the form of their smartphone. As such, the cosmetic and personal care sector is booming and is now more accessible than ever before. And whilst on the whole that is a positive thing, as people should be absolutely entitled to spend their own hard-earned money as they so wish, the rapid growth in the sector does also carry risk. Because even though they might be classified as non-surgical cosmetic procedures, these treatments still entail making changes to people's physical bodies. And as such, at the very minimum, it's essential that those undergoing the procedures have confidence that the treatments they are receiving are safe and of a high standard. Thankfully, the vast majority of treatments are perfectly routine and safe, with the majority of providers being entirely responsible. But both my party and I do have concern that there has been such a growth in the sector, combined with such a prevalence of information online, that perhaps some people are being exposed to an unacceptable level of risk. Indeed, as the motion also references, there has been an uptick in the number of complaints coming forward. Regrettably, within those figures, there will also be a number of people that have experienced some very serious complications as a result of treatments and procedures. As such, we do support today's motion. We will also support the amendment, as we do have concerns about the risk of young people, and perhaps sometimes those we would class as children, receiving such treatments. As has been referenced, England has already implemented an age limit, as well as announcing a new regulatory framework. The Minister and the Department of Health will be, I am sure, closely watching the developments in England. There will be no doubt very important learnings to take from the changes being made here, and resources permitting, I'm sure the Department here, just like across the rest of our nation, will be keen to explore and make progress with the broader issue. Because ultimately, whilst it's important to strike a balance with consumer choice, consumer safety should be the thing that matters most in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Mark Durkin. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The rapidly expanding cosmetic industry and its largely unregulated market is a pressing issue that I've been raising concerns about for the past few years. We've all heard horror stories of botched treatments of teenagers, children who aren't even legally allowed to buy a pint in a pub, undergoing cosmetic procedures that could have life-altering consequences. In 2022, with limited data available here and in the absence of an executive, I commissioned a comparative research paper, and I thank the RAISE team for their efforts on non-surgical cosmetic procedures in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland and Great Britain. And while the report confirmed many of my suspicions, the dearth of data in this area, not just here but across the water, is of concern. What is clear is that cosmetic surgery is a very lucrative market. The industry in the UK is worth an estimated £3.6 billion. It's no wonder so many practitioners are diversifying into this field. The Zoom boom over the course of the pandemic, which saw us all ogling at our own images and countless work calls, coupled with social media and the use of online filters, has seen the demand for Botox and filler skyrocket. I fully understand the positive impacts that these procedures can have for people, but also people are patting themselves up against impossible standards of perfection. Of course, this is nothing new, but the lack of regulation in terms of licensing and advertising is very worrying. Social media is filled to the brim with influencers promoting the latest on the market trends, from Barbie Botox to Russian lips. News feeds are filled with posts from individuals testing out a move into these procedures, offering freebie treatments to anyone willing to act as a guinea pig. It's not my intention or anyone's intention here to attack the many practitioners and businesses out there who pride themselves on their high standards, but rather this is about improving the system that they're working in. Registered healthcare professionals performing NSCPs are required to meet the competency standards set by regulatory bodies such as the GMC, but there is no such requirement for non-medical practitioners, regardless of how much or how little training they've received. This does create a Wild West scenario where essentially anyone can practice cosmetic procedures without a proper screening process for customers. If you've got the cash, you can access the treatment. It leaves individuals under 18 and those with a history of mental health issues like body dysmorphia completely unprotected under the current system, often unaware of the serious, potentially life-altering complications. As such, we support today's amendment. I think it's important to emphasise that when we talk about botched procedures, we're not just referring to the lack of raised brows or overdoing of lip filler. The lack of regulation, particularly around hygiene, can have dire, even fatal consequences, such as sepsis. This not only puts additional pressure on emergency departments and the broader healthcare system, but it can also leave the individual with lifelong physical and emotional scars. It's clear that government has not kept pace with this booming industry, but worryingly, the North will fall even further behind our counterparts elsewhere on these islands, given that the Health Minister hasn't been in a position to bring forward legislation. When I first raised these concerns, there were no active plans for legislative protections. However, since then, both the Health and Communities Ministers have expressed to me their willingness to introduce a draft regulatory framework, not only for non-surgical cosmetic procedures, but also for broader regulations within the tattoo and piercing industries as well. We urgently need regulation, oversight, better mechanisms for reporting and stricter controls on online advertising to ensure the safety of consumers and to prevent the exploitation of vulnerable individuals. That said, any such protections must not harm the livelihoods of the many reputable, conscientious practitioners out there. We must work with them to create a system that safeguards both them and their clients. This industry isn't going anywhere. It's here to stay. The executive need to act now to ensure its safety rather than waiting for disaster to strike. Thank you.
Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion and the amendment. Indeed, the start of the motion refers to greater regulation, but the issue here is that in many instances there is in practice no regulation. Regulation of non-surgical procedures and products is effectively absent in Northern Ireland. Premises must register with their local council, but there are no grounds to reject such a registration. Those acting as health professionals must register with the GMC, but those offering aesthetic or beauty products or procedures have no means of getting licensed, even if, as many do, they want to. This carries a significant risk to consumers, about which we have already heard, but it is also totally unfair on competent practitioners, as they have no means of formally demonstrating their professionalism and training apart from course certificates. Indeed, as I mentioned in a public statement on this topic over a year ago, when we frustratingly had no means of bringing forward legislation to deal with it, surveys and consultations carried out by the Chartered Institute for Environmental Health in England and by the Scottish Government have shown over 90% of people, including of those within the beauty industry, are in favour of regulation and licensing of non-surgical cosmetic procedures in the interests of improved public confidence and consumer safety, as well as, no doubt, in the interests of those who wish to provide them competently and safely. At the time, I went on to say that we must not be left behind in Northern Ireland because of our inability to legislate. However, we do now have that ability, yet we are still left behind. And I wasn't aware of that, and I appreciate Mark Durkin providing some update on what he's been advised. Scotland, this time last year, had already run a consultation on the topic before the UK Department for Health and Social Care did so for England. Wales is also proceeding with similar work. This will likely result in a licensing scheme for providers of procedures such as Botox and dermal fillers. Currently in Northern Ireland, the RQIA has the power to regulate only those providing laser or intense pulsated light cosmetic treatments. Regulation and licensing would also give us the power to consider two further aspects of the problem here. Firstly, we may wish to raise the age of prohibition to 18, as per the amendment, as has been the case for Botox in England since 2021, and I would certainly like to see that consulted upon by the Health Committee. There's also a cross-border element to this, as we need to avoid people simply popping across the border to get procedures which may carry significant risk. I'm aware that concerns have already been raised in England with regard to different regulations or prohibitions in Wales and vice versa. The second issue concerns the potential prohibition of some procedures altogether, most obviously sunbeds. Again, as a Liberal Party, we would wish to investigate every option short of prohibition, including improving and enhancing public health information in this regard. However, the evidence in terms of the overall public health risks of sunbeds is mounting, and countries such as Australia have already moved to their outright prohibition. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much hope that we will see this issue today progressed and investigated by the Health Minister and his departmental officials to get us to a position where we at least have similar licensing and regulation schemes for Northern Ireland as applied to elsewhere in the UK. This has clearly been the direction of travel since the start of this decade, and I wish to see no further delay. Thank you.
And thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And with your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to deviate just for a moment from the motion to acknowledge that my counterpart in the Government of Ireland, Stephen Donnelly, the Minister for Health, lost his seat in the general election over the weekend. And that's a matter of regret for me, because over the last 6 months I think we were building a very positive relationship and discussing specifics in terms of service delivery on an all-island basis, and I look forward to working with the new Government of Ireland whenever it is formed. So, to the debate, and thanks to the mover of the motion and indeed of the amendment. And can I say, Deputy Speaker, I fully empathise with anybody who's been affected in any way and has suffered harm and injury as a result of accessing non-surgical cosmetic products and procedures which have not been administered appropriately. It's an important issue, I know, and one that can impact vulnerable people in particular, and one that needs to be addressed if we are to reduce public harm. I note the significant volume of complaints that Save Face, who register accredited practitioners and clinics, received in 2022 regarding unregistered practitioners, and I've no doubt these issues have prevailed since 2022, and therefore it remains important that action is taken to increase public safety and awareness of what can happen when these procedures are not undertaken safely. In April of this year, my department wrote to Save Face regarding high-risk non-surgical procedures and treatments on under 18-year-olds. We acknowledge the importance of the issue to Save Face at this time, and it is a matter of concern to me, Deputy Speaker. There is no minimum age limit. And to give members a fuller sense of the concerns from other public bodies around these issues, I can advise that in recent years, the Department has also been contacted by several local councils on the issue of regulation of cosmetic treatments here in Northern Ireland and the introduction of a licensing scheme for non-surgical cosmetic procedures. This is the clear direction of travel in the rest of the UK. Indeed, the issue was debated, as members have pointed out, in the Scottish Parliament in October last. My department therefore recognises the public interest in this area and notes the advocacy by some of the need for statutory regulation. We are aware the issue of greater regulation is being actively considered by the United Kingdom Government, which has stated a commitment to taking action to address these safety concerns. The new government is still to set out its position following the consultation in 2023, which was undertaken by the previous administration. As members have heard, in England it's a criminal offence to administer botulinum toxin or Botox or a filler by way of injection for a cosmetic purpose to a person under 18, even if they have the permission of somebody who's over 18 years of age. Currently, there is no set minimum age a person can avail of these treatments in Northern Ireland, nor is there an age limit in Scotland or in Wales. So I think it's essential people are fully aware and cognizant of the potential consequences before undergoing procedures that could have such long-term effects. The passing of an amendment in March of 2022 to the Health and Care Bill gave the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care the power to bring into force a national licensing scheme for aesthetic non-surgical cosmetic procedures in England. The treatments in question are many and varied, but can include things like dermal fillers and other injectables, chemical peels and laser hair removal, to name a few. I'm acutely aware of the wider changing and challenging health and social care service delivery environment, including in relation to cosmetic treatments. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, my department had developed a new draft regulatory policy framework. However, further development work is required, and that will include public consultation on a draft policy. As members will appreciate, the health and social care system across Northern Ireland is currently working to address a number of the many profound challenges it is experiencing. This work, regrettably, has been made many times more difficult by the very constrained budget. And as such, my department is regularly left with no choice but to make decisions in relation to the work that can be delivered within current resources. In that context, other critical and priority projects are having to progress ahead of the work on the regulatory policy framework and review of the regulations here. But I can assure members it remains an important issue for both the department and for me. We will continue to engage with DHSC to keep up to date with these proposals and how progress is being made throughout the rest of the UK. And this will help us assess how the approach in Northern Ireland should develop. As I say, currently the UK Government has yet to respond to the consultation undertaken last year by the previous London administration. Given the capacity constraints on my department that I've mentioned, I think it's sensible to await the outcome of the UK Government's thinking on the way forward, unless, of course, that thinking is subject to undue delay.
Minister, for giving way, and I think we all fully comprehend the capacity constraints on his own department and the resource constraints there and as well. Therefore, given how lucrative this industry is, and I think other speakers have touched on that as well, would the Minister foresee a system that would in effect pay for itself possibly being implemented?
Well, I thank the member for his intervention. I think it would be timely by way of response then to say it is not the case that nothing is happening in terms of interventions. And in terms of enforcement, we rely on the Human Medicines Regulation. And I can tell the member and the House that during the period of 2022 to 2024, the Medicines Regulatory Group has conducted 65 focused investigations into the unlawful possession, importation, advertisement or supply of unlicensed prescription medicinal products for use within the non-surgical cosmetic sector. To date, 3 persons have been successfully prosecuted. A further 4 prosecutions are pending. And the Regulatory Group has also issued 24 formal advice and warning letters and seized over 4,000 units of unlicensed Botox and fillers during that period. So work is underway, but a self-financing proposal is certainly one I am prepared to take under consideration.
Given way, and it's just, I suppose, you've mentioned the point around illegal products and around Botox products. Given that you've said that we will keep an eye on what's happening across the water in Britain, I would also ask then that we'll look at what's happening in the south, particularly because the documentary that I alluded to earlier highlights the real black market between north and south here on this island. And I think that if legislation and regulation moves at a greater pace in the south, we're actually more at risk of seeing greater implications. So if the Minister would bear that in mind as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the Chair of the Committee for the point, which is well made. And I'm just making the point that if the UK Government is going to announce their way forward in a reasonable time frame, it's worth looking at that. But then also effectively to quality assured against what is happening on the rest of the island and the other jurisdiction, to make sure that we've got as much of a seamless way forward as possible, and that there isn't some loophole or something that will jar. So, yes.
Sorry, Liz and I both spoke at the same time there. Given the figures you announced there, are they UK-wide, or are they just Northern Ireland? And secondly, is there a role for councils in terms of environmental health in this sort of space in the interim? Thank you.
I'll come to councils in a minute, if I may, but no, this was local figures. This is the Department of Health's Medicine Regulatory Group. So we are working to ensure compliance with existing laws and guidance, and where evidence or information suggests unlawful practice, the HMR steps in and, as I say, they have some successes. So we're committed to taking decisive action to combat the illegal promotion, supply or misuse of medicines, and to alerting the public about the dangers of misuse outside of the regulated supply chain. And I'm determined we will remain vigilant and continue to work with key partner agencies to monitor the illicit marketplace, and will continue to take effective action where this is necessary to protect public safety in Northern Ireland. So this may involve developing new legislation or reviewing existing legislation in parallel with public health messaging, but also considering the issue more widely, to also consider current responsibilities within a range of organisations, and that's in addition to the RQIA and my department, such as district councils, where some cosmetic services and therapeutic treatments would normally come under district council enforcement for health and safety reasons. Then there's the HSENI as the enforcing authority when these are carried out under the supervision or control of a registered medical practitioner. Then we have trading standards, where under the Consumer Protection from Unfair Trading regulations, it's an offence for traders to treat consumers unfairly through misleading actions, misleading omissions, aggressive practices, or failing to adhere to the standards of professional diligence. So, in summary, Mr. Speaker, I am committed to considering measures to ensure these products are safe for the people of Northern Ireland using them, and that they're administered by appropriately trained practitioners. So I will continue to make the case for additional resources for my department in order that we can respond to these new challenges in the interests of public safety. And just to repeat, We will be looking to see what the UK Government does or does not say in relation to their response to the 2023 consultation, and then testing that against the provisions from the Government of Ireland to ensure that we deliver best practice and close off any potential loopholes.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call Paul Frew to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I thank the movers of the motion for today, and also thank the Minister for being present and addressing the debate here on this very important issue. It is essential that we seek to minimise the chance of vulnerable people being exploited. We need to be confident treatments are safe and of a high standard. A balance needs to be struck between acknowledging personal consumer choice on the one hand and protecting the public and building confidence in the safety of the industry. Increasing numbers of people describe dissatisfaction with their body image, which can in some cases be exacerbated by mental health difficulties. The timeline is not unrelated to the rise of social media and so-called influencers. The number of people undergoing non-surgical cosmetic procedures is increasing. There are growing numbers of high street providers, and the procedures are becoming much more normalised. Examples include Botox, anti-wrinkle injections, dermal fillers, chemical peels and energy-based treatments. They are mostly carried out by private providers. Botox injections are not licensed for cosmetic use but can be used off-licence. The review of the regulation of cosmetic interventions more than a decade ago singled out dermal fillers as a crisis waiting to happen. The use of anabolic steroids for cosmetic purposes has increased, bringing long-term risks of cardiovascular disease and brain changes, as many dangerous procedures are undertaken abroad. The British Beauty Council reported that the cosmetic and personal care sector contributed £24.5 billion to the UK GDP in 2022. Currently, people register to carry out procedures such as tattooing, semi-permanent makeup, piercing and acupuncture. It would be unacceptable for this not to be the case for cosmetic procedures which have the potential to cause real damage. It is essential that those carrying out procedures must be competent and safe. They need to be properly trained and qualified and should have indemnity cover. Hygiene, infection control and cleanliness must be strictly adhered to. The risks will be much greater when the person carrying out a procedure is not sufficiently qualified, uses unregulated products or operates in unsuitable premises. Potential clients need to be certain practitioners are adequately insured and what the extent of the aftercare they offer is. Safe Face provides a UK government-approved register for medical aesthetic procedures. Members of the public can also have a greater degree of assurance if individuals belong to organisations such as the British Association of Aesthetic Plastic Surgeons or the Joint Council of Cosmetic Practitioners. Safe Face received over 150 complaints about Brazilian butt lifts between February and April this year, with more than half reportedly resulting in sepsis. Clear standards and a requirement can be established for every type of procedure, and this could be on a uniform basis across the UK. Training needs to be done of a good standard and fully accredited. There should be periodic inspections of facilities with clear standard for infection control and incorporating practitioners who work from home. And that is a massive issue in the cosmetic industry, where so many people rent out premises but are really disadvantaged by people who work from home. There should be full transparency for consumers around who is licensed and the procedures they are licensed to perform. They should be access to a redress scheme. Predatory advertising can use doctored images, and it should be a requirement to make it clear if it is the case. Just to cap on some of the contributions that was made, Liz McKimmons related to some examples where people lost their lives. Said she beggars belief that there is no regulation on this issue. She talked about the situation in the Republic of Ireland. She asked the Health Minister to bring forward options for regulations. Alan Robinson, my colleague, talked about safety must always come first. We support the further regulation in this sector. He talked about the cost to the NHS when something goes badly wrong. He talked about the pressure on social media especially on young people, and that echoed throughout the chamber with every contribution. Danny Donnelly talked about the industry and the costs involved, talked about a licensing scheme in England and unethical adverts on social media. Steve Aiken talked about the rise of demand correlating with the rise of social media, and consumer safety should be the most important issue. Mark Durkin talked about the unregulated industry.
Your time's up.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Nicola Brogan to wind on the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
I'd like to thank all the members who have participated in this evening's debate, and I'd like to thank the Minister for being here, for listening and for responding, and Paul Frew there for summarising the comments of all the members this afternoon, so thank you for that. Sinn Féin brought forward this motion because it is clear that the current lack of regulation in a non-surgical cosmetic industry is putting lives at risk. These aren't abstract numbers or distant problems. These are friends, family members and neighbours who are being harmed when they seek these treatments. The facts speak for themselves. As a number of members have already referenced here in this debate, Save Face reported nearly 3,000 cases of harm caused by unregistered practitioners. Each of these cases represents a person who trusted someone to enhance their appearance but was left with injuries, disfigurement or worse. And now we're seeing cases where non-medical practitioners are performing what can only be described as life-threatening surgical procedures, such as thread lifts and fat-dissolving injections. These treatments are being carried out in unsafe environments by individuals with no medical training and without proper aftercare, and the consequences can be catastrophic. Blindness, severe infections, tissue necrosis, permanent scarring and even death are very real risks. This isn't just happening in distant places, it's happening here. It's happening because our current system allows anyone, regardless of qualifications, to set up shop and start offering treatments with no oversight, training or accountability. As Concordia, this problem isn't just about bad techniques or unskilled practitioners. These treatments involve sensitive medical grade products that need to be stored and administered with precision. Without proper training, practitioners are risking their clients' health, safety and trust. And when things go wrong, the damage is often irreversible, not just physically, but emotionally and financially as well. So this motion calls for stricter regulation and accountability, measures to ensure that only qualified, trained and regulated professionals are allowed to perform these procedures. Voluntary registers like Save Face are doing excellent work to set standards, but voluntary measures are not enough. We need enforceable laws that make safety the standard, not the exception. We also need to increase public awareness and improve public understanding of these issues. Too often, people are lured by cheap deals they see on social media or glossy advertisements, unaware of the risks. Many don't know what qualifications they should look for in a practitioner or what questions they should ask. It's our duty to empower the public with the knowledge they need to make informed, safe choices. Last Concordia, this is not about limiting anyone's ability to choose cosmetic procedures. It's about ensuring that when people do make that choice, their health and safety are protected. This is about protecting lives, preventing harm, and creating an industry that operates in trust, professionalism and accountability. I urge my colleagues to support this motion, and I'm glad that so many members here have spoken in support of the motion and the amendment. Together we can make a meaningful change that protects people across our communities from unnecessary risk and harm. Garmiogov.
Thank you for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.